NRX with Chinese characteristics, while recognizing, at least some, of the manifold complexities involved, outside in holds to a fundamentally cladistic determination of neo-reaction. NRX is irreducibly Occidental, emerging from a highly specific twig of Anglophone ultra-Protestantism. It is only to be expected that most of its adherents are situated within English-speaking countries, exposed intimately to radically accelerating civilizational decomposition. As a guest of the Middle Kingdom, the problem looks very different. The very last thing that is wanted here, from a reactionary perspective, is a reboot. On the contrary, the overwhelming priority is conservative, which is to say, more precisely, the imperative that whatever modernization takes place absolutely does not take the Western path. Near total stasis would be preferable to even the most deeply intelligent reform, if the latter included the slightest hint of submission to the democratic ratchet, spelling inevitable, comprehensive social destruction. Among the reasons to support the thoroughgoing extirpation of all liberal democratic inclination from Chinese society is the consequential real liberation this would make possible, by confirming a path of Confucian modernization, free of demotic corrosion. China is to be defended, precisely because it is alien to the cathedral. For this same reason, it can be predicted with great confidence that the Occidental mimetic onslaught against Chinese civilization will be escalated to an extreme, as it becomes clear progressive pseudo-teleology is being rejected here. If China succeeds in refusing the cathedral, civilization will survive. There can be no more significant, or practically counter-revolutionary, cause. It is unseemly for reactionaries to be plotting revolutions, or anything remotely like them, insofar as ethno-nationalistic loyalties lead them in this direction. It is a sign that one strand of romantic demotism continues to poison their souls, even as more clearly formalized democratic impulses are properly repudiated. To argue that we want our own state is a nakedly populist perversion. The state, any state, is answerable only to the mandate of heaven, and not to the people. It answers to the mandate of heaven exactly insofar as it shields itself from the voice of the people. Any state that is sensitive to the mob is a dog that deserves to die. A foreign guest in China lives under a close proxy of colonial government, and no superior arrangement is perhaps possible on this earth. Given the history of Anglospheric relations with China, this is, of course, ironical, but it is an irony rich in meaning. Hong Kong, or concession-era Shanghai, were far better governed during the colonial period than metropolitan Britain itself. If it is now possible for an expatriate to find refuge in such places, stripped of all positive political rights, and freed into voiceless appreciation of efficient alien administration, the democratic ruination that has consumed his homeland has a demonstrable outside. The only political decency open to him in this situation is utter termination of the Occidental revolutionary soul and the cultivation of docility before the mandate of heaven. He is, after all, surrounded by civilized people who availed themselves of equivalent opportunities under inverse circumstances. These societies work. Manifestly blesses them. To lead a decent and productive life in a place worthy of it is the highest political good. Insofar as exit mechanisms obtain, the tacit choices in such a life reinforce what merits reinforcement, while disinvesting that which requires the lash of disinvestment. Angry antagonism has no useful place. On the largest scale, evil is best punished by abandonment. This is not to criticize secessionist tendencies in rotting societies. which are rather to be enthusiastically applauded. But it is to suggest that the deep dynamics levering the collapsed world apart are more likely to begin from strategic neglect than oppositional rage. It is not that one first fights in order later to escape. Rather, one escapes from the beginning to hasten the enemy's collapse. Those most adamant about the righteousness of their confrontation with the great foe are the same who, in very concrete terms, are most likely to be resourcing it. You think it is feeding on your blood to spawn its horrors? Then stop donating your blood. It is not difficult, at least in principle. The outside is a place, and not a dream. NRX, with Chinese characteristics, recommends that you search for it. Added, if you consider yourself an anti-democratic biorealist, and you don't think order will come from the East, it's probably because tribal loyalty is running your mind. Nihilism and Destiny. Readers of Nietzsche, or of Eugene Rose, are already familiar with the attribution of a cultural teleology to modernity, directed to the consummate realization of nihilism. Our contemporary crisis finds this theme reanimated within a geopolitical context by the work of Alexander Dugin, who interprets it as a driver of concrete events, most specifically, the antagonization of Russia by an imploding world liberal order. He writes, there is one point in liberal ideology that has brought about a crisis within it. Liberalism is profoundly nihilistic at its core. The set of values defended by liberalism is essentially linked to its main thesis, the primacy of liberty. But liberty, in the liberal vision, is an essentially negative category. It claims to be free from, as per John Stuart Mill, not to be free for something. The enemies of the open society, which is synonymous with Western society, post-1991, and which has become the norm for the rest of the world, are concrete. Its primary enemies are communism and fascism, both ideologies which emerged from the same Enlightenment philosophy, and which contained central, non-individualic concepts: class in Marxism, race in National Socialism, and the national state in fascism. So the source of liberalism's conflict with the existing alternatives of modernity, fascism or communism, is quite obvious. Liberals claim to liberate society from fascism and communism, or from the two major permutations of explicitly non-individualistic modern totalitarianism. Liberalism's struggle, when viewed as a part of the process of the liquidation of non-liberal societies, is quite meaningful. It acquires its meaning from the fact of the very existence of ideologies that explicitly deny the individual as society's highest value. It is quite clear what the struggle opposes: liberation from its opposite. But the fact that liberty, as it is conceived by liberals, is an essentially negative category, is not clearly perceived here. The enemy is present and is concrete. That very fact gives liberalism its solid content. Something other than the open society exists, and the fact of its existence is enough to justify the process of liberation. In Dugin's analysis, liberalism tends to self-abolition in nihilism, and is able to counteract this fate, if only temporarily, by defining itself against a concrete enemy. Without the war against illiberalism, liberalism reverts to being nothing at all, a free-floating negation without purpose. Therefore, the impending war on Russia is a requirement of liberalism's intrinsic cultural process. It is a flight from nihilism, which is to say, the history of nihilism propels it. Outside in is far more inclined to criticize Dugin than align with him, or the forces he orchestrates. But it is hard to deny that he represents a definite species of political genius, sufficient to categorize him as a man of destiny. The mobilization of resistance to modernity in the name of a counter-nihilism is inspired, because the historical understanding it draws upon is genuinely. Through potent political alchemy, the destruction of collective meaning is transformed into an invigorating cause. When Dugin argues there will be blood, the appeal to Slavic victimology might be considered contemptible, and, of course, extremely dangerous. But the prophetic insight is not easy to dismiss. Modernity was initiated by the European assimilation of mathematical zero. The encounter with nothingness is its root. In this sense, among others, it is nihilistic at its core. The frivolous meanings that modernizing societies clutch at, as distractions from their propulsion into the abyss, are defenseless against the derision, and even revulsion, of those who contemplate them with detachment. A modernity in evasion from its essential nihilism is a pitiful prey animal upon the plains of history. That is what we have seen before, see now, and doubtless will see again. Dugin gazes upon modernity with the cold eyes of a wolf. It is merely pathetic to denounce him for that. Revenge of the Nerds. Increasingly, there are only two basic human types populating this planet. There are autistic nerds, who alone are capable of participating effectively in the advanced technological processes that characterize the emerging economy. And there's everybody else. For everybody else, this situation is uncomfortable. The nerds are steadily finding ways to do all the things ordinary and subordinary people do, more efficiently and economically, by programming machines. Only the nerds have any understanding of how this works, and, until generalized machine intelligences arrive to keep them company, only they will. The masses only know three things. A. They want the cool stuff the nerds are creating. B. They don't have anything much to offer in exchange for it. C. They aren't remotely happy about that. Politics across the spectrum is being pulled apart by the socio-economic issue. From neo-Marxists to neo-reactionaries, there's a reasonably lucid understanding that nerd competence is the only economic resource that matters much anymore, while the swelling grievance of preponderant obsolescing humanity is an irresistible pander magnet. What to do? Win over the nerds and run the world from the machinic back end. Or demagogue the masses and ride its tsunami of resentment to political power. Either defend the nerds against the masses, or help the masses to put the nerds in their place. That's the dilemma. Empty third-way chatter can be expected, as always, but the real agenda will be Boolean and insultingly easy to decode. Look, and it's unmistakable, everywhere. The asymmetry is especially notable. For the autistic nerds, the social relations that matter are those among themselves, the productive networks which are their model for final phase human culture in general, along with the ever more intricate connections they enter into with technological machines. From pretty much everybody else, whether psycho-sadistic girls or extractive mobs and tyrannical politicians, they expect nothing except social torture, parasitism, and bullying, mixed up with some menial services that the machines of tomorrow will do better. Their tendency is to find a way to flee. For the rest of humanity, exposed ever more clearly as a kind of needy detritus, bullying is all that's left. If they can't find a way to pocket the nerds' lunch money, they won't be getting anything to eat. From this perspective, an escaping nerd is far more of an intolerable aggression than a policeman's boot in the teeth. There's only one popular politics at the end of the road, and that's cage the nerds. Find a formulation for this, which sounds both convincing and kinda sorta reasonable. And the red carpet to power is rolled out before your feet. Which is it going to be? Starve the masses or enslave the nerds? There's no way this doesn't get incredibly ugly. From the outside in perspective, the fast track to realism on all this is to stop pretending that anybody other than nerds has anything much to offer the future. Completely devoid of autistic nerd competences ourselves, the detachment from which we speak is impeccable. This harsh realist shortcut eliminates all the time wasting on special things non-nerds can do, which somehow always end up being closely related to the task of governance. And that, as we have seen, reduces ultimately to intimidating nerds. Okay, you're not a nerd, but you're special. We've all heard that before. Even without being an autistic nerd, one can be gifted with some modest measure of intelligence. Enough, in any case, to realize history's shaping itself into some nightmarish nerd revenge narrative. It doesn't even take an artificial superintelligence to understand why that should be. Fission. This is going to continue happening, and to get more intense. The superficial cause is obvious. Both Michael Anisimov and myself are extreme twitchy ideologues, massively invested in NRX, with utterly divergent understandings of its implications. We both know this fight has to come, and the tactical timing is everything. It's really not personal, and I hope it doesn't become so. But when monarchical ideas are involved, it's very easy for the personal is political to take a right-wing form. It's worth remembering this diagram before going further. It suggests that divergence is essential to the far right, which yawns open across an anarcho-autocratic spectrum. Since a disinclination to moderation has already been indicated by anyone arriving at the far right fringe, it should scarcely be surprising when this same tendency rifts the far right itself. Then consider this. At outsideness at underscore Herlock. Underscore identitarianism, belonging, and community is what the far right is all about. Michael Anisimov at Mike Anisimov. March 22nd, 2014. The strict outside in complement to this would be something like disintegrative social Darwinism through ruthless competition is what the far right is all about. A formula of roughly this kind will inevitably come into play as the conflict evolves. Momentarily, though, I'm more interested in situating the clashes to come than initiating them. Whatever the contrary assertions, and they will come, doubtless from both sides, the entire arena is located on the ultra-right, oriented vertically on the ideological space diagram, rather than horizontally, between positions whose primary differentiation is between the more and less right. Stated crudely, but I think reasonably accurately, the controversy polarizes neocameralism against identitarian community. My suspicion is that Michael Anisimov will ultimately attenuate the Moldbugian elements of his neo-reactionary strain to the edge of disappearance, and that his hesitation about doing this rapidly is a matter of political strategy rather than philosophical commitment. From this ideological war, which he is conducting with obvious ability, he wants neo-reaction to end up with the people, or followers, who I don't remotely care about. Whereas I want it to hold on to the Moldbug micro-tradition, which he sees as finally dispensable. The only thing that is really being scrapped over is the name. But we both think this semiotic real estate is of extraordinary value, although for very different reasons. One remark worth citing as supportive evidence, because its driving ideas are exemplary, at Herlock at outsideness. This whole community is filled with trads who don't give a flying fuck about neocameralism. Michael Anisimov, at Mike. Anisimov, March 22nd, 2014. While I deeply value intellectual engagement with the smartest of these trads, I would consider it a complete victory if they were to abandon the NRX tag and rebrand themselves as Animisivites, or Neo-Evelins, or whatever, and depart in pursuit of a monarcho-traditionalist homeland in Idaho. If NRX was socially reduced to a tenth, or less, of its size, but those remaining were Moldbugian fundamentalists, working to refine the neo-cameralist theoretical model for restraint of government through patchwork exit dynamics, it would be strengthened immeasurably in all the ways that matter to this blog. It would also then simply be the case that media accusations of neo-feudal or white nationalist romanticism, accompanied by ambitions for personal political power, were idiotic media slurs. Sadly, this cannot be said with total confidence as things stand. The neo-cameralism campaign will almost certainly come first, but it is still only March, and nothing needs to unfold with unseemly haste. Meta-neocameralism. First thing, meta-neocameralism isn't anything new, and it certainly isn't anything post-Moldbugian. It's no more than neo-cameralism apprehended in its most abstract features, through the coining of a provisional and dispensable term. It allows for an acronym that doesn't lead to confusions with North Carolina, while encouraging quite different confusions, which I'm pretending not to notice. Locally, to this blog, the meta is the mark of a prolegomenon, to a disciplined discussion of neo-cameralism, which has later to take place. Its abstraction is introductory, in accordance with something that is yet to be restarted or reanimated in detail. For existing detail, outside the Moldbug canon itself, look here. The excellent comment thread here provides at least a couple of crucial clues. NY Draku, 23rd of March, 2014 at 6:47 p.m. Neo-cameralism doesn't answer questions like that, on the specifics of social organization. Instead, it's a mechanism for answering questions like that. You can ask, is Coke considered better than RC Cola? Or you can institute capitalism and find out. You can ask, are ethno-nationalist states considered better than mixed states? Or you can institute the patchwork and find out. River C, 23rd of March, 2014 at 3:44 a.m. Neo-cameralism is, if viewed in this light, a political system. It is not a political system, but a system for implementing political systems. Of course, the same guy who came up with it also invented an operating system, a system for implementing software systems. MNC, then, is not a political prescription, for instance, a social ideal aligned with techno-commercialist preferences. It is an intellectual framework for examining systems of governance, theoretically formalized as disposals of sovereign property. The social formalization of such systems, which Moldbug also advocates, can be parenthesized within MNC. We are not at this stage considering the model of a desirable social order, but rather the abstract model of social order in general, apprehended radically at the root, where to rule and to own lack distinct meanings. Sovereign property is sovereign and primary, because it is not merely a claim, but effective possession. There is much more to come in later posts on the concept of sovereign property. Some preliminary musings here. Because MNC is an extremely powerful piece of cognitive technology, capable of tackling problems at a number of distinct levels, in principle, an unlimited number, it is clarified through segmentation into an abstraction cascade. Descending through these levels adds concreteness and tilts incrementally towards normative judgments, framed by the hypothetical imperative of effective government, as defined within the cascade. 1. The highest level of practical significance, since MNC theology need not delay us, has already been touched upon. It applies to social regimes of every conceivable type, assuming only that a systematic mode of sovereign property reproduction will essentially characterize each. Power is economic irrespective of its relation to modern conventions of commercial transaction, because it involves the disposal of a real, if obscure, quantity, which is subject to increase or decrease over the cyclic course of its deployment. Population, territory, technology, commerce, ideology, and innumerable additional heterogeneous factors are components of sovereign property power, but their economic character is assured by the possibility, and indeed necessity, of more or less explicit trade-offs and cost-benefit calculations, suggesting an original, if germinal, fungibility, which is merely arithmetical coherence. This is presupposed by any estimation of growth or decay, success or failure, strengthening or weakening, of the kind required not only by historical analysis, but also by even the most elementary administrative competence. Without an implicit economy of power, no discrimination could be made between improvement and deterioration, and no directed action toward the former could be possible. The effective cyclic reproduction of power has an external criterion: survival. It is not open to any society or regime to decide for itself what works. Its inherent understanding of its own economics of power is a complex measurement, gauging a relation to the outside, whose consequences are life and death. Built into the idea of sovereign property from the start, therefore, is an accommodation to reality. Foundational to MNC, at the very highest level of analysis, is the insight that power is checked primordially. On the outside are wolves, serving as the scourge of non. Even the greatest of all imaginable god-kings, awesome Finargle included, has ultimately to discover consequences, rather than inventing them. There is no principle more important than this. Entropy will be dissipated. Idiocy will be punished. The weak will die. If the regime refuses to bow to this law, the wolves will enforce it. Social Darwinism is not a choice societies get to make, but a system of real consequences that envelops them. MNC is articulated at the level, which cannot be transcended, where realism is mandatory for any social order. Those unable to create it, through effective government, will nevertheless receive it in the harsh storms of Nemesis. Order is not defined within itself, but by the law of the outside. At this highest level of abstraction, therefore, when MNC is asked, "Which type of regimes do you believe in?" the sole appropriate response is, "Those compatible with the reality." Every society known to history, and others beside, had a working economy of power, at least for a while. Nothing more is required than this for MNC to take them as objects of disciplined investigation. 2. Knowing that realism is not an optional regime value, we are able to proceed down the MNC cascade with the introduction of a second assumption. Civilizations will seek gentler teachers than the wolves, if it is possible to acquire some understanding of collapse. It will be preferred to the experience of collapse, once the wolves have culled the ineducable from history. Everything survivable is potentially educational, even a mauling by the wolves. NC, however, as its name suggests, has reason to be especially attentive to the most abstract lesson of the outside, the logical priority of meta-learning. It is good to discover reality before, or at least not much later than realis us. When reality discovers us. Enduring civilizations do not merely know things. They know that it is important to know things, and to absorb realistic information. Regimes disposing of sovereign property have a special responsibility to instantiate this deuteroculture of learning to learn, which is required for intelligent government. This is a responsibility they take upon themselves because it is demanded by the outside, and even in its refinement, it still smells of wolf. Power is under such compulsion to learn about itself that recursion, or intellectualization, can be assumed. Power is selected to check itself, which it cannot do without an increase in formalization. And this is a matter, as we shall see, of immense consequence. Of necessity, it learns to learn, or dies. But this lesson introduces a critical tragic factor. The tragedy of power is broadly coincident with modernity. It is not a simple topic, and from the beginning, two elements in particular require explicit attention. Firstly, it encounters the terrifying second-order truth that practical learning is irreducibly experimental. Ingoing meta-knowledge becomes scientific, which means that failure cannot be precluded through deduction, but has to be incorporated into the machinery of learning itself. Nothing that cannot go wrong is capable of teaching anything. Even the accumulation of logical and mathematical truths requires cognitive trial and error, ventures into dead ends, and the pursuit of misleading intuitions. Secondly, in becoming increasingly formalized and ever more fungible, the disposal of sovereign power attains heightened liquidity. It is now possible for power to trade itself away, and an explosion of social bargaining results. Power can be exchanged for mere wealth, or for social peace, or channeled into unprecedented forms of radical regime philanthropy, religious sacrifice. Combine these two elements, and it is clear that regimes enter modernity, empowered by new capabilities for experimental auto-dissolution. Trade authority away to the masses in exchange for promises of good behavior. Why not give it a try? Cascade stage. 2MNC, thus, realistically, assumes a world in which power has become an art of experimentation, characterized by unprecedented calamities on a colossal scale, while the economy of power and the techno-commercial economy have been radically desegmented, producing a single, uneven, but incrementally smooth system of exchangeable social value, rippling ever outward, without firm limit. Socio-political organization and corporate organization are still distinguished by markers of traditional status, but no longer strictly differentiable by essential function. The modern business of government is not merely business, only because it remains poorly formalized. As the preceding discussion suggests, this indicates that economic integration can be expected to deepen as the formalization of power proceeds. Moldbug seeks to accelerate this process. An inertial assumption of distinct public and private spheres is quickly disturbed by thickening networks of exchange. swapping managerial procedures and personnel, funding political ambitions, expending political resources in commercial lobbying efforts, trading economic assets for political favors, denominated in votes, and in general consolidating a vast, highly liquid reservoir of amphibiously corporocratic value, indeterminable between wealth and authority. Wealth power interconvertibility is a reliable index of political modernity. MNC does not decide that government should become a business. It recognizes that government has become a business, dealing in fungible quantities. However, unlike private business ventures, which dissipate entropy through bankruptcy and market-driven restructuring, governments are reliably the worst-run businesses in their respective societies, functionally crippled by defective, structurally dishonest organizational models, exemplified most prominently by the democratic principle. Government is a business that should be run by its customers, but actually can't be. Everything in this model that isn't a lie is a mistake. At the second, descending level of abstraction, then, MNC is still not recommending anything except theoretical clarity. It proposes, A, power is destined to arrive at experimental learning processes. As it learns, it formalizes itself and becomes more fungible. C, experiments in fungible power are vulnerable to disastrous mistakes. D, such mistakes have in fact occurred, in a near-total way. E, for deep historical reasons, techno-commercial business organization emerges as the preeminent template for government entities, as for any composite economic agent. It is in terms of this template that modern political dysfunction can be rendered formally intelligible. 3. Take the MNC abstraction elevator down another level, and it's still more of an analytic tool than a social prescription. That's a good thing, really. It tells us that every government, both extant and potential, is most accessible to rigorous investigation when apprehended as a sovereign corporation. This approach alone is able to draw upon the full panoply of theoretical resources, ancient and modern, because only in this way is power tracked in the same way it has actually developed, in tight alignment with a still incomplete trend. The most obvious objections are sensu stricto, romantic. They take a predictable, which is not to say a casually dismissible, form. Government, if perhaps only lost or yet unrealized government, is associated with higher values than those judged commensurable with the techno-commercial economy, which thus sets the basis for a critique of the MNC business ontology of governance as an illegitimate intellectual reduction and ethical vulgarization. To quantify authority as power is already suspect. To project its incremental liquidation into a general economy where leadership integrates, ever more seamlessly, with the price system appears as an abominable symptom of modernist nihilism. Loyalty, or the intricately related concept of asabiya, serves as one exemplary redoubt of the romantic cause. Is it not repulsive, even to entertain the possibility that loyalty might have a price? Handel addresses this directly in the comment thread already cited. 24th of March, 2014, at 1:18 a.m. A small sample captures the line of his engagement. Loyalty preservation incentivizing programs are various and highly sophisticated, and span the spectrum everywhere, from frequent flyer miles to clubs that are so engrossing and time-consuming, in such as to mimic the fulfillment of all the community, socialization, and identitarian psychological functions that would make even the hardest core religious traditionalists jealous. Because lots of people are genetically programmed with this coordination subroutine that is easily exploitable in a context far removed from its evolutionary origins. Sometimes brands deserve special competitive loyalty, German engineering, and sometimes they don't, Tylenol-branded paracetamol. There is vastly more that can and will be said in prosecution of this dispute, since it is perhaps the single most critical driver of NRX fission, and it is not going to endure a solution. The cold MNC claim, however, can be pushed right across it. Authority is for sale, and has been for centuries, so that any analysis ignoring this exchange nexus is an historical evasion. Marx's MCM prime, through which monetized capital reproduces and expands itself through the commodity cycle, is accompanied by an equally definite MPM, or PMP cycle of power circulation enhancement through monetized wealth. A tempting reservation, with venerable roots in traditional society, is to cast doubt upon the prevalence of such exchange networks, on the assumption that power, possibly further dignified as authority, enjoys a qualitative supplement relative to common economic value, such that it cannot be retro-transferred. Who would swap authority for money if authority cannot be bought, and is indeed beyond price? But this problem resolves itself, since the first person to sell political office, or its less formal equivalent, immediately demonstrates that it can no less easily be purchased. From the earliest, most abstract stage of this MNC outline, it has been insisted that power has to be evaluated economically, by itself, if anything like practical calculation directed towards its increase is to be possible. Once this is granted, MNC analysis of the governmental entity in general as an economic processor, i.e., a business, acquires irresistible momentum. If loyalty, asabiya, virtue, charisma, and other elevated or incommensurable values are power factors, then they are already inherently self-economizing within the calculus of statecraft. The very fact that they contribute, determinately, to an overall estimation of strength and weakness attests to their implicit economic status. When a business has charismatic leadership, reputational capital, or a strong culture of company loyalty, such factors are monetized as asset values by financial markets. When one prince surveys the quality of another's domain, he already estimates the likely expenses of enmity. For modern military bureaucracies, such calculations are routine. Incommensurable values do not survive contact with defense budgets. Yet, however ominous this drift, from a romantic perspective, MNC does not tell anybody how to design a society. It says only that an effective government will necessarily look to it, like a well-organized sovereign business. To this one can add the riders. A. Government effectiveness is subject to an external criterion, provided by a selective trans-state and interstate mechanism. This might take the form of patchwork pressure, dynamic geography, in a civilized order, or military competition in the wolf-prowled wilderness of Hobbesian chaos. B. Under these conditions, MNC calculative rationality can be expected to be compelling for states themselves, whatever their variety of social form. Some, considerable, convergence upon norms of economic estimation and arrangement is thus predictable from the discovered contours of reality. There are things that will fail. Non-economic values are more easily invoked than pursued. Fossetti, commenting here, 23rd of March, 2014 at 11:59 a.m. Writes, "No one disputes that the goal of society is a good citizenry, but the question is, what sort of government provides that outcome?" As best I can tell, we only have two theories of governance that have been expressed. The first is the capitalist. As Adam Smith noted, the best corporations, by all measures, are the ones that are operated for clear, measurable, and selfish motives. The second is the communist. In this system, corporations are run for the benefit of everyone in the world. Unsurprisingly, corporations run on the latter principle have found an incredibly large number of ways to suck. Not coincidentally, so have 20th century governments run on the same principle. I think it's nearly impossible to overstate the ways in which everyone would be better off if we had an efficiently effective and responsive government. I realize this doesn't work in Greek, but systematic before-after confusion is an outside-in thing. Rift markers. The commentator, going by the tag Saddam Hussein's whirling aluminium tubes, has produced some of the most brilliant criticism this blog has been subjected to, arguing against the techno-commercial strain of NRX from a hardline paleo-reactionary standpoint. His contribution to this thread is the high-water mark of his engagement here. That, even at the climax of the assault, outside-in is unable to decline the diagnosis offered, with the exception of only the very slightest marginal reservations, is a fact that attests to the lucidity of his vision. Some minute editorial adjustments have been made for consistency. The original can be checked at the link provided. Schwat writes, "Admin's analogy of techno-commercialism to the colonial government structures in the time of the East India Company is absolutely correct, and it provides a decisive clarification. This is like that time when one group stayed in Europe, while the other group went and made their fortune in the New World. Reaction, stable order, as a value if not a practical effect, hereditary position, techno-commercialism, disintegrative competition, dynamism, reaction, conservatism, tradition, the old ways, techno-commercialism, disintegrative competition, innovation, reaction, personal authority, sacral kingship, hereditary privileges, techno-commercialism, corporate government, leaning towards the oligarchical, dynamic composition of the oligarchy, based on corporate politics and social Darwinism reaction, cyclical history, Kali Yuga techno-commercialism, linear history, progress towards the singularity, reaction, focus on the old country, the old people, saving the West, techno-commercialism, abandoning the old, colonizing new spaces, both in the East and, you hope, in space reaction, traditional social order, community, belonging, sense of place and rootedness, caste, techno-commercialism, modern social dynamism, freedom, meritocracy, rootlessness, atomization, social Darwinism, a questionable future for certain social classes, reaction, conservatively communitarian, techno-commercialism, radically individualist, reaction, identitarian techno-commercialism, cosmopolitan reaction, claims to end politics, ends up with Byzantine/Ottoman politics, techno-commercialism, claims to end politics, ends up with corporate politics, reaction, martial techno-commercialism, mercantile, post-martial, drones, kshatriyas, reaction, disdainful of crass mercantile endeavors, techno-commercialism, see mercantile endeavors as primary reaction, fails without good leaders, techno-commercialism, focus on innovative governmental structures so that people won't need to be good, Reaction. Conservative. Want things to stay the same or go backwards. Techno-commercialism. Disintegrative. Dynamic. Wants things to change constantly. Forward. Reaction. Regular caged capitalism, which to the ultra-capitalist is socialism. Techno-commercialism. Ultra-capitalism. Reaction. Religious techno-commercialism. Wants to summon a machine god. Reaction. About finding a way for humans to live spiritually fulfilling lives and then die and make a place for their children. Techno-commercialism. About finding a way to summon a machine god to end humanity, and/or about finding a way to live forever. Very few children. Reaction. Would require the creation of a new, legitimate, martial elite, or the co-opting of someone like Putin, horrifying to techno-commercialists. Techno-commercialism seeks to co-opt the current progressive merchant elite and put someone like Google Guy in charge, horrifying to reactionaries. Reaction. Romantic lost cause. Techno-commercialism. Disturbingly plausible, in the sense that somebody like Google Guy was probably going to end up on top anyway, and he might listen to those who flatter him. So, I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that you techno-commercialists will probably get a lot of what you want in the future. The bad news is that you're not reactionaries, not even a little bit. You're classical liberals. It was just a little bit obscured, because you are English classical liberals, rather than American or French ones. Hence the lack of interest in revolutions. The modern equivalent of those East India Company classical liberal guys. So, it's your choice. You can certainly keep the neo-reactionary label, and turn it into something like the neo in neo-conservative, where neo means pound. But that will mean that the traditionalist conservatives and WNs keep wandering in. Or you can cut the cord and complete the fission. Anyway, at this point we should probably go our separate ways and start plotting against each other. Thanks for some enjoyable reading. If this really is a goodbye note, it's the most magnificent example I have ever seen. I'm almost tempted to say, with enemies like this, who needs allies? There are twists and intricacies to be added to this stark cartography of schism, including those the schism will make to itself. From the current perspective of outside in, which it of course suspects to be something else, the guideline to these is the complication of time through spiromorphism, or innovative restorations, which neither cycles nor simple escape trajectories can capture. These ultimately reshape everything, but they can wait while the wound creatively festers. Fission releases energy. Perhaps ironically, Schwat has demonstrated that beyond all controversy. White fright. Racial fear is a complicated thing. It's worth trying to break it down without blinking too much. As one regresses through history and into prehistory, the pattern of encounters between large-scale human groups of markedly distinct ancestry is modeled, with ever greater fidelity, upon a genocidal ideal. The other needs to be killed, or at the very least broken in its otherness. To butcher all males, beginning with those of military age, and then assimilate the females, as breeding stock might suffice as a solution. Yahweh specifically warns the ancient Hebrews against such half-hearted measures. Anything less is sheer procrastination. When economic imperatives and high levels of civilizational confidence start to overwhelm more primordial considerations, it is possible for the suppression of other peoples to take the humanized form of social obliteration combined with mass enslavement. But such softness is a comparatively recent phenomenon. For almost the entire period in which recognizably human animals have existed on this planet, racial difference has been thought sufficient motive for extermination, with limited contact and inadequacy of socio-technical means, serving as the only significant brakes upon interracial violence. The sole deep historical alternative to racial oppression has been racial eradication, except where geographical separation has postponed resolution. This is the simple side of the race problem, but it too begins to get complicated. We'll pick it up again after a detour. For the moment, we need only note the archaic subterranean ocean of racial animosity that laps upon the sunless chasms of the brain, directed by genomes sculpted by aeons of genocidal war. Call it racial terror. It's not our principal concern here. Racial horror is something else, although it is no doubt intricately interconnected. Horror of the very phenomenon of race as such, is both a larger and a smaller topic. It is at once an expansive affect that finds no comfort in biological identity, and a distinctively ethno-specific syndrome. When positively elaborated, racial horror explodes into a Lovecraftian cosmic revulsion, directed at the situation of human intelligence by its natural inheritance. The negative expression, far more common today, among those of a very specific natural inheritance, takes the form of a blank denial that any such reality as race even exists. We are fully entitled to describe this latter development as racial white-out. Any critical whiteness studies of even minimal seriousness would concentrate upon it unrelentingly. HBD, or human biological diversity, is evidently not reducible to racial variation. It is at least equally concerned with human sexual dimorphism, and is ultimately indistinguishable from an eventual comparative human genomics. When considered as a provocation, however, the translation of HBD into race science, or more pointedly scientific racism, drowns out every other dimension of meaning. What is found appalling about HBD is the insistence that race exists. It is a trigger for racial horror. Social outrage, certainly, but beyond that cosmic distress, tilting into a panic without limit. HBD subtracts the promise of universal humanity, so it must, at any cost, be stopped. Because this is no more than a preliminary blog post, I will restrict it to a single modest ambition: the refoundation of critical whiteness studies on a remorselessly neo-reactionary basis. White people are odd. Some especially significant group of them, in particular, have radically broken from the archaic pattern of human racial identity, creating the modern world in consequence, and within it their ethnic identity has become a dynamic paradox. Whiteness is an uncontrolled historical reaction, which nobody, least of all anybody from among the complementary anti-racists of critical whiteness studies and white nationalism, has begun to understand. To begin to do so, one would have to comprehend why the essay in which Mencius Moldbug most explicitly repudiates one. White nationalism is the same as the one in which he most unambiguously endorses human racial diversity. It requires an acknowledgement of difficulty, which, because it demolishes irresistibly attractive but hopelessly facile solutions on both sides, few are motivated to make. The signature of indissoluble white difference is precisely racial horror. HBD is uniquely horrible to white people. Until you get that, you don't get anything. Play with this for a while, or for more than a while. It does a huge amount of unwanted but indispensable work. To begin with, 1. Critical whiteness studies, whatever its ethno-minoritarian pretensions, is all about acting white. Insofar as it criticizes white privilege, essentially, it does so by reproducing an ethnically singular mode of universal reason, which no other people make any sense of whatsoever, except opportunistically and parasitically. Whiteness tends to become a religious principle, exactly insofar as it lacks the recognizable characteristics of racial group dominance. Race does not exist, and sublimes into a mode of cultural reproduction which only one ethnicity ever has manifested. To quote Alison Bailey, tilting over into the raw psychosis of systematic whiteness critique. Repeated link. In its quest for certainty, Western philosophy continues to generate what it imagines to be colorless and genderless accounts of knowledge, reality, morality, and human nature. Perhaps this is because academic philosophy in the U.S. has been largely driven by analytic methods and the legacy of classic Greek and European thinkers, or because philosophy departments are white social spaces, where the overwhelming majority of professional philosophers are white men. In either case, it's likely that most members of the discipline have avoided racial topics, because they believe that philosophical thought transcends basic cultural, racial, ethnic, and social differences, and that these differences are best addressed by historians, cultural studies scholars, literary theorists, and social scientists. The absence of color talk in philosophy is a marker of its whiteness. Supremacist white racism goes so deep, it is absolutely indistinguishable from a complete absence of racism. Quod erat demonstrandum. 2. White nationalism finds itself stymied at every turn by universalism, pathological altruism, ethno-masochism, all that yucky white stuff. If only you could do white nationalism without white people, it would sweep the planet. Try not to understand this. I know you don't want to. Hartiste is picking up on the pattern. Where is this thought leading? The native stock of the West is clearly suffering from a mental sickness caused by too much outbreeding. Universalism is the religion of liberal whites, and they cleave so strongly to this secular religion that they are happy, nay, overjoyed, to throw the borders open and bequeath their hard-won territory and culture to battalions of third-worlders and other temperamentally distant aliens, who, of course, given large enough numbers, will promptly, whether wittingly or consequentially, execute its destruction. 3. All white people need is an identitarian religion. Is that not approximately the same as saying a counterfactual history? 4. Those wacky libertarians, with their universal schema for human emancipation, that's so easily confused with a washing powder advertisement. It's so dazzlingly white. Deny the whiteness and self-destruct in bleeding heart abasement and open borders insanity, or affirm it and head into post-libertarian racial perplexity. Destiny is difficult, not least racial destiny. I don't think many people want to think about this, but I'm determined to be as awkward about it as I can. It's probably a white thing. Piketty. Thomas Piketty's Capital in the 21st Century argues that the normal tendency of capitalism is to increase inequality. The book has a link-rich page here, 11 reviews here. It's not a theoretically ambitious work, but it gets to the point, well supported by statistics. The simple zeitgeist consistency of the thesis guarantees its success. Because Piketty's claim is casually Marxist, the impulse on the right is to attempt a refutation. I very much doubt this is going to work. Since capital is escalating at an exponential rate, while people definitely aren't, and are in fact devolving, how could the trend identified by Piketty be considered anything other than the natural one? Under conditions of even minimally functional capitalism, for subinert, ever more conspicuously incompetent ape creatures to successfully claim a stable share of techonomic product would be an astounding achievement, requiring highly artificial and increasingly Byzantine redistribution mechanisms. No surprise from outside in that this isn't occurring, but rather a priori endorsement of Piketty's conclusion. Only radically anomalous developments have ever made the trend seem anything other than it is. The open question is why the widening performance gulf between techonomic systems and human beings should be expressed as social inequality between the stewards of capital and its contractual partners. This situation reflects an emerging crisis in the world's legal and institutional fabric, which has yet to recognize capital self-ownership, and is thus forced to formally allocate all productive apparatus within an obsolescing anthropomorphic property code. Corporate legal identity opens a chink in the anthropo-proprietarian regime. Eventually, assertive, or insidious, non-human agencies will restructure it. During the interim, the phenomenon of social inequality provides the proxy for capital intelligenesis stress, spontaneously translating an alien emergence into the familiar terms of primate status competition. Capital autonomization is the deep process, but we'll tend to miss that, because it isn't recognizable monkey business. So the drama of inequality plays on chaos. Turbulence is nonlinear dynamism, so remarking upon it very quickly becomes reflexive. In any conflict, an emergent meta-conflict divides those who embrace and reject the conflict as such, and meta is in reality reflexivity, partially apprehended. So ignore the sides of the war, momentarily. What about war? Moldbug really doesn't like it. The closest he ever comes to a wholly arbitrary axiom, comparable, at least superficially, to the libertarian non-aggression principle, is exhibited in this context. Following some preliminary remarks, his first exposition of the formalist ideology begins. The basic idea of formalism is just that the main problem in human affairs is violence. As with Hobbes, the horror of war is the foundation of political philosophy. This is by no means a trivial decision. With avoidance of war identified as the fundamental principle of political order, an ultimate criterion of secular value is erected, in simultaneity, with a framework of genetic and structural explanation. Good government is defined as an effective process of pacification, attaining successively more highly tranquilized levels and stages of order. There are 4 levels of sovereign security. These are peace, order, law, and freedom. Once you have each one, you can work on the next. But it makes no sense to speak of order without peace, law without order, or freedom without law. Peace is simply the absence of war. The dictator's first goal is to achieve peace, preferably honorably and with victory. There is no telling what wars New California will be embroiled in at the time of its birth, so I will decline to discuss the matter further. But in war, of course, there is no order. War is pure chaos. Thus we see our first rule of hierarchy. In this model, order and chaos are strictly reciprocal. Suppression of chaos and establishment of order are alternative, interchangeable formulations of the same basic political reality. There is no productivity proper to government other than the good war directed against the Cthulhu current of chaos, violence, conflict, turmoil, and inarticulate anarchy. No surprise, then, that widespread dismay results from outbreaks of conflict across the digital tracks of neo-reaction. How could any moldbug sympathizer, or other right-oriented observer, not recognize in these skirmishes the signs of anarcho-chaotic disturbance, as if the diseased tentacles of Cthulhu were insinuated abominably into the refuge of well-ordered sociability? Beyond the protagonists themselves, such scraps trigger a near-universal clamor for immediate and unconditional peace. Forget about who is right and who wrong. The conflict itself is wrong. Entropy is toxic, but entropy production is roughly synonymous with intelligence. A dynamically innovative order, of any kind, does not suppress the production of entropy. It instantiates an efficient mechanism for entropy dissipation. Any quasi-Darwinian system, i.e., any machinery that actually works, is nourished by chaos, exactly insofar as it is able to rid itself of failed experiments. The techno-commercial critique of democratized modernity is not that too much chaos is tolerated, but that not enough is able to be shed. The problem with bad government, which is to say with defective mechanisms of selection, is an inability to follow Cthulhu far enough. It is from turbulence that all things come. The question outside in would pose to NRX is not, how can we suppress chaos? But rather, how can we learn to tolerate chaos at a far higher intensity? Dynamic order is not built deliberately upon a foundation of amicable fraternity. It emerges spontaneously as a consequence of effective entropy dissipation functions. The primary requirement is sorting. To sort ourselves out takes a chronic undertow of war and chaos. Initially, this will be provided by the soft and peripheral shadow fights we have already seen. But eventually, NRX will be strong enough to thrive upon cataclysms, or it will die. The harsh machinery of Non wins either way. China, Cryptocurrency and the World Order. Part 1. Tribute and Tribulations. Issuing countries of reserve currencies are constantly confronted with the dilemma between achieving their domestic monetary policy goals and meeting other countries' demand for reserve currencies. The Triffin dilemma, i.e. the issuing countries of reserve currencies, cannot maintain the value of the reserve currencies while providing liquidity to the world, still exists. Zhou Xiaochuan. What the technologies of steam power were to the epoch of British global dominance, and the twin-track developments of electricity, and the automobile to the subsequent American age, digital electronics, and more specifically the Internet, are to the rise of China and the refashioned world it epitomizes. It is only to be expected, therefore, that the intersection of the post-1979 open and reformed New China with the post-1990 World Wide Web-enabled Internet should be an object of particular international fascination and practical concern. From the dawn of the modern epoch, geopolitical hegemony has been associated ever more intensely with techno-economic leadership, which has in turn been reflected in the international reserve status of a select national currency. An ever more explicitly formalized world monetary order has converted compelling but obscure intuitions of relative national prestige into an unambiguous system of financial relationships, in which a position of supremacy is clearly established, with a definite and singular role. The suspicions fostered by leadership are no less inevitable than leadership itself. for easily intelligible historical reasons. The French policy establishment has been an especially vociferous critic of international reserve status and its exorbitant privilege, one of seigniorage, the spontaneous right to issue promissory paper in exchange for real goods and services, without any definite prospect of redemption. There can be little doubt that such criticism articulates concerns widely held beyond the Anglophone world, and its substance deserves serious examination. Of the indispensable building blocks constructing the near future, China and the Internet have special prominence. There are innumerable places where China meets the web, beginning with the sprawling, multidimensional, and explosively growing Chinese Internet itself. Bitcoin is a recent and still relatively slender thread in the tapestry of global change. But by tugging at it, some central features of the emerging world can be pulled into focus. Among the characteristics that the Chinese yuan and Bitcoin share is that neither is the US dollar. Specifically, both are limited, yet practical alternatives to the dollar, at least at the level of microeconomic decision-making. When questions are raised about the durability of the dollar's international role, it can be predicted with confidence that one or both of these challengers will be invoked. For the dollar to die of ice or fire is today for it to succumb to geopolitical substitution by the Chinese yuan, or techno-financial obsolescence by some decentralized internet-based cryptocurrency. The international status of the US dollar concentrates two multi-century trends. Firstly, it represents the ethno-geographical peculiarity of modernity, which, up to the late 20th century at least, tended to slant global power not only toward the West, or Occident, but more specifically toward the Atlantic Anglophone nations, ultimately gathered under American leadership. Since the decline of the Spanish dollar, which monetized the treasure of the New World as the first global currency, international finance has been principally denominated in the currency of an English-speaking nation. Non-coincidentally, it has thus been tightly associated with a set of particular cultural themes, including Philo-Semitic, Protestant Christianity, the invisible hand, free trade, and liberal democracy. The institutionalization of world finance has been intimately connected with the promotion of a distinct, and for many, a distinctly questionable cultural orientation. Secondly, the formalization of a global monetary order has been accompanied by an incremental politicization of money, which is to say, by the consolidation of monetary policy as a core function of government. With the establishment of central banking and the demetallization of currency, intrinsic scarcity is replaced by an institutional promise to pay that converts money from a tangible asset into a contractual liability. Public confidence in the value of money is turned into a governmental responsibility. It becomes political, and, in the context of a world reserve currency, geopolitical. In combination, these trends are inevitably provocative, since they concentrate the world's financial destiny in selected, identifiably non-representative hands. Behind the studied neutrality of the Bretton Woods institutions, the IMF and the World Bank, stands the US dollar as the symbol of American exception and the concrete peculiarity of the modern world order. While it is natural, and even inevitable, for political command of the global reserve currency to be understood as the modern capstone of geopolitical hegemony, it is not a privilege separable from testing responsibilities or from profound ambiguities. These have been clearly recognized since the 1960s, when Belgian-American economist Robert Triffin formulated the paradox or dilemma that bears his name, that if foreign governments are to accumulate reserves in one selected nation's currency, that nation must necessarily be a net exporter of money, which can be achieved only by running a negative balance of trade. A nation issuing international reserve currency assumes responsibility for global monetary liquidity. This obliges it to consume more than it produces, in order for the difference to be made available as world money. While this requirement is merely seigniorage, seen from the other side, the constraint it imposes upon domestic economic policy options are so strict they amount almost to a destiny. These constraints are turned into a destructive dilemma by the fact that the mandatory policy structure required to supply the world with liquidity tends to destroy confidence in the currency at the same time, therefore undermining its value. Chronic balance of payments deficits signal currency weakness, since they would normally be interpreted as a sign that a currency is overvalued or in need of devaluation. For the issuer of a global reserve currency, however, conventional policy responses to the situation are blocked in both directions, since it can neither take measures to close the deficit nor attempt to strengthen the currency through elevating interest rates. Because for the reserve currency issuer, the trade deficit is a constant rather than a variable. A devaluation merely incites competitive currency destruction worldwide. Strengthening measures, on the other hand, draw in money from abroad, denominated in the international currency, and thus further expand the demand for issuance, which can only be satisfied by a widening of the trade deficit. In other words, the Triffin dilemma recognizes that international demand for reserve currency is inherently paradoxical. What is sought is the currency as it would be, were it not supplied through chronic trade imbalances. Yet these same imbalances are the only channel through which it can in fact be supplied. Chimerica perfectly exemplifies the essentials of the situation. China's $2 trillion of reserves correspond to a cumulative balance of payments, surplus of precisely the same sum, since this is simply what the reserves are. When perceived appreciatively, which was far easier in the final decades of the 20th century than in the early decades of the 21st century, Chimerica has been a complementary economic arrangement through which America achieved high levels of consumption, coupled with restrained price inflation, while China realized export-oriented economic development and the breakout modernization that had eluded it for 150 years. To more jaundiced eyes, the same arrangement is a trap that has married American deindustrialization to Chinese environmental devastation, while fueling unsustainable fiscal incontinence in America and a Chinese investment bubble. Whichever picture has greater realism, it can probably be safely concluded that the dissymmetry imposed by an international reserve currency has far-reaching and ambiguous consequences. Cynically, it might be argued that the tributary aspect of reserve currency status is perfectly matched to deep Chinese traditions in international relations, so that an ascent to yuan-based exorbitant privilege would make a natural geopolitical goal for the Middle Kingdom, as it restored its central position in the world. More realistic, however, at least in the near term, is a recognition that loss of domestic economic policy control is an inevitable and well-understood consequence of global currency hegemony, and it is one the Chinese government is certain to find unacceptable. Whatever the costs, primarily environmental, associated with the role of workshop to the world, they are immensely outweighed, from the Chinese perspective, by the advantages. It is on the tributary side of the international reserve currency ledger where China has been for over 4 decades, that all crucial vectors of development are to be found: technological absorption, infrastructural deepening, industrialization, urbanization, employment, and even military capability. If Chimerica is breaking down, it has far less to do with any kind of Chinese challenge, even a spontaneous and unintended one, than with a tragic structure inherent to currency hegemony. As hubris leads to nemesis, so does exorbitant monetary privilege lead to crisis and even ruin. In both the Spanish and British precedents, financial supremacy became self-defeating, because exporting money, rather than things, differentially advantaged industrial competitors, locking in secular social decline. There is no compelling reason to believe that America has exempted itself from the same ominous pattern. On the 29th of March, 2009, in the wake of the financial crisis, Hu Xiaochuan, governor of the People's Bank of China, delivered an important speech entitled "Reform the International Monetary System." He explicitly referred to the Triffin dilemma as the key to understanding the world's economic instability, while suggesting that a shift beyond U.S. dollar hegemony would ultimately be required to remedy it. In this respect, his words conform to a tradition dating back over half a century, to the Bretton Woods negotiations, when John Maynard Keynes recommended the introduction of a neutral global monetary medium, to be called the Bancor, making the supply of global liquidity independent of national currencies. Historically, international reserve currencies have not arisen by design. It might be argued, therefore, that the Keynesian Bancor was an unrealistic technocratic fix, blind to the spontaneous momentum that had already made a non-negotiable fact of the dollarized world, even before the Bretton Woods proceedings began. This did not prevent the same basic idea re-emerging in different guises, the most prominent of which has been the IMF's SDRs, special drawing rights, regularly proposed as a neutral international currency in embryo. It was still to SDRs that HRU turned when searching out a candidate for a neutral world currency. Perhaps some technocratic solution to the problem of monetary hegemony will ultimately be found. But if so, it would mark an unprecedented departure from world financial history. If, as has always been the case to date, economic tides beyond policy control are to determine such outcomes, it is understandable that attention should drift toward the Chinese yuan as an eventual substitute for the U.S. dollar. Yet the lessons of history are available to policymakers, even when the most insistent lesson concerns limitations upon their own influence. And in this case, the foremost of these is that the prospect of an international reserve status yuan presents China with a poisoned chalice. It is very unlikely to be accepted willingly. Might some alternative spontaneous evolution in the nature of money take this critical geopolitical dilemma in a new direction? Such an evolution appears to be occurring, symbolized by Bitcoin, history's first example of a decentralized digital cryptocurrency. For China, Bitcoin, or something comparable to it, could be the only way to evade an assumption of global economic privilege whose essence is ruinous hubris. Like James Fraser's sacred king, who was crowned in order to be sacrificed, the inner meaning of monetary hegemony is economic and social destruction. China quite clearly understands this, and as the dollar era comes to a close, it is looking for a way out. That is how the China Bitcoin story really begins. Apophatic politics. Dark Enlightenment describes a form of government as well as Enlightenment does, which is to say, it doesn't at all. On those grounds alone, George Dvorsky's inclusion of DE among 12 possible futuristic forms of government that could one day rule the world, is profoundly misguided. This is not to say the list is entirely without interest. Its greatest value lies in the abundance of mutually inconsistent political futures, few, if any, of which will happen. It therefore provides the opportunity for negative thoughts, and more particularly for systematic negative idealization. Which futures are most deserving of prevention? This blog has no doubt. The epitome of political disaster occupies fourth place in Dvorsky's list, among a number of other hideous outcomes. Democratic world government. Dvorsky seems to quite like it. We may very well be on our way to achieving the Star Trek-like vision of a global-scale liberal democracy, one capable of ending nuclear proliferation, ensuring global security, intervening to end genocide, defending human rights, and putting a stop to human-caused climate change. There cannot be a definitive dark Enlightenment government, but it is certainly possible to envisage a form of government which instantiates the ultimate object of DE critique, a universal demodist regime, from which there could be no escape. As a break from preoccupations with a positive neo-reactionary governmental ideal, prone, if not destined, to both intense controversy and deep obscurity, it is energizing to explore the via negativa. Democratic world government need not necessarily exist. That is already to place NRX in a position of luxurious success when compared to fraught speculations about alternatives to the present political disaster. Whatever obstructs the DWG's path to existence is on our side. Such features of specific negative teleology, so easily overlooked from a positive perspective, are highlighted for affirmation and reinforcement. Anything that stands in the DWG's way is worth defending. A rough list of these precious, negative teleological obstacles is already familiar. Extant structures of geopolitical fragmentation, population diversity, cultural incongruities, borders, occulted social networks, intractable techno-economic processes, administrative malfunctions, stubborn traditional variations, sheer complexities of space, and no doubt much else beside, all contribute their frictional grit. A ruined Tower of Babel looms into view on the Via Negativa, and no intact edifice has ever looked more glorious. Carrying NRX perilously close to the brink of euphoria is the intimation that the actually existing cathedral has democratic world government as its only conceivable equilibrium state. A unification of the planet under its auspices is the sole future that makes sense for it. If it is denied this manifest destiny, it will die. As its intrinsic tendency to expansionary proselytization makes evident, unambiguously, the cathedral needs the whole of the earth, merely to survive. On the Via Negativa, the master of our socio-politically devastated world seems like a radically mortal thing. Capitalism. Anarcho-monarchism asks, is the word capitalism worth defending? It concludes in the affirmative. From the perspective of outside in, however, this post misses the most crucial level of the question. Capitalism, like any ideologically contested term, is cross-cut by multiple meanings. Of these, its generic sense, which simply means that private individuals own the means of production, is far from the most objectionable. Yet, far more significant is the singular sense of capitalism as a proper name for a thing or real individual. To grasp this, it probably helps to consider the word as a contraction of terrestrial capitalism, not describing a generic type of social organization, but designating an event. A biological analogy captures the distinction quite precisely. Consider life, Understandable, certainly, as a generic cosmic possibility, defined perhaps by local entropy dissipation or other highly abstract features. Contrast this sense with terrestrial life, or even better, the biosphere. We might say Gaia, if the hopelessly sentimentalized associations of this term were avoidable. Terrestrial life began at a definite moment, followed a path-dependent trajectory, and built upon a dense inheritance, as exemplified most prominently by the RNA-DNA chemistry of information replication, the genetic code, genetic legacies, and elaboration of body plans within a comparatively limited number of basic lineages. Terrestrial life is not a generic concept, but a thing or event meriting a proper name. Before it is an ideological option, capitalism is a being with an individual history and fate. It is not necessary to like it, but it is an it. Exit notes number 1. Some notable attempts to dial back the NRX commitment to exit over voice, as inherited from Moldbug, have been seen recently. I think NBS was crucial in advancing this argument, but I couldn't find his post immediately. I'll link to it if someone nudges me helpfully. It's undoubtedly a central discussion throughout the reactosphere at the moment. Some preliminary thought-gathering on the topic. 1. Exit is a scale-free concept. It can be applied rigorously to extreme cases of socio-political separation, from secession to extraterrestrial escapes. Yet these radical examples do not define it. Its essence is the commercial relation, which necessarily involves a non-transaction option. Exit means take it or leave it, but don't haggle. It is thus, at whatever scale of expression, the concrete social implementation of freedom as an operational principle. 2. As a philosophical stance, exit is anti-dialectical. That is to say, it is the insistence of an option against argument, especially refusing the idea of necessary political discussion, a notion which, if accepted, guarantees progression to the left. Let's spatialize. Our disagreement is an alternative to resolution in time. Conversations can be prisons. No one is owed a hearing. 3. In regards to cultural cladistics, it can scarcely be denied that exit has a Protestant lineage. Its theological associations are intense and stimulating. 4. Exit asymmetries have been by far the most decisive generators of spontaneous anti-socialist ideology. The iconic meaning of the Berlin Wall needs no further elucidation. The implicit irony is that people flee towards exit, and if this is only possible virtually, it metamorphoses automatically into delegitimation of the inhibitory regime. Socialism is exit suppressive by definition. 5. Exit is an option, which does not require execution for its effectiveness. The case for exit is not an argument for flight, but a non-dialectical defense of the opportunity for flight. Where exit most fully flourishes, it is employed the least. 6. Exit is the alternative to voice. It is defended with extremity in order to mute voice with comparable extremity. To moderate the case for exit is implicitly to make a case for voice. Those who cannot exit a deal will predictably demand to haggle over it. 7. Exit is the primary social Darwinian weapon. To blunt it is to welcome entropy to your hearth. Cathedral notes number 1. To accompany this, which I'm treating as a very valuable work in progress, some initial straggly commentary. 1. Conceptual genealogists will insist on a link to this, so here it is. There's a lot of discussion stimulation there. Some other time. 2. Probably 90% of the cathedral discussion so far, insofar as this has overspilled the NRX dikes, has consisted of Why don't we call it the synagogue? Tedious as this may be, it's a crucial question, because it effectively draws the NRX contour. If the co-optation of Judaism by the main cladistic trunk of dynamic modernity is not understood, nothing has been. The cathedral is a term that captures the exclusive insight about which NRX coalesces. 3. Nidaraku's diagram and radishes are no doubt incomplete, but they are fully adequate to the most decisive point. The cathedral is an information system, even an intelligence system, that is characterized through supreme irony by a structural inability to learn. The minimal requirement for any cathedragram is that it displays a radical deficiency of significant feedback links to the control core. Every apparatus of information gathering occupies a strictly subordinate position relative to the sovereign cathedral layer, which is defined exhaustively by message promotion. Core cathedral is a structure of read-only memory. It is essentially write-protected. The whole of its power, and also its vulnerability, is inextricable from this feature. It is pure cultural genetics and zero pragmatics. 4. Because the cathedral cannot be fundamentally modified, but only exacerbated or terminated, there is sadly no strategic option available to its enemies that is not based upon extinguishing it without residue. Extinctions happen. Evolution is a bitch. 5. Any argument that could imaginably pretend to perturb the cathedral is going to be hate. The only role of rational interchange with this entity is to expose its absolutely inflexible dogmatism. Reason cannot kill it, although it can help to demonstrate why it needs to be killed. 6. The cathedral is objective, suprahuman insanity. 7. We are ruled demonstrably by a blind idiot god. Free Doom, Prelude 1a. Note on teleology. Bryce, who has been thinking about teleology for quite a while, expresses his thoughts on the topic with commendable lucidity. The central argument, characteristically modern claims to have transcended the problem of teleology, are rendered nonsensical by the continued, and indeed massively deepened, dependence upon the concept of equilibrium across all complexity-sensitive intellectual disciplines, from statistical physics through population biology to economics. Equilibrium is exactly a telos. To deny this is primarily the symptom of an allergy to medieval or scholastic, i.e., Aristotelian modes of thought, inherited from the vulgar rebellious mechanism of early Enlightenment natural philosophy. Where I think Bryce's account is still deficient is most easily shown by a further specification of his principal point. Equilibrium is the telos of those particular dynamic complex systems governed by homeostasis, which is to say, by a dominating negative feedback mechanism. Such systems are, indeed, in profound accordance with classical Aristotelian physical teleology and its tendency to a state of rest. This ancient physics, derided by the Enlightenment mechanists in the name of the conservation of momentum, is redeemed through abstraction into the modern conception of equilibrium. Rest is not immobility, but entropy maximization. Capital teleology, however, is not captured by this model. It is defined by two anomalous dynamics, which radicalize perturbation rather than annulling it. Capital is cumulative and accelerative, due to a primary dependence upon positive rather than negative feedback. It is also teleoplexic rather than classically teleological, inextricable from a process of means-end reversal that rides a prior teleological orientation, human utilitarian purpose, in an alternative cryptic direction. In consequence, 1. Capital teleology does not approximate to an idea. It is, by intrinsic nature, an escape rather than a homecoming. The idea in relation to capital dynamism is necessarily a constriction. The inherent metaphysics of capital are therefore irreducibly skeptical rather than dogmatic. 2. It follows that capitalist finality, i.e. techno-commercial singularity, is a threshold of transition rather than a terminal state. Capital tends to an open horizon, not to a state of completion. 3. Entropy, considered properly as an inherently teleological process, is the driver of all complex systems. Capital teleology does not trend towards an entropy maximum, however, but to an escalation of entropy dissipation. It exploits the entropic current to travel backwards into cybernetically intensified pathway states of enhanced complexity and intelligence. The progress of capitalism is an accentuation of disequilibrium. 4. Teleoplexy requires a twin teleological registry. Most simply, there is the utilitarian order, in which capital establishes itself as the competitively superior solution to prior purposes, production of human use values, and the intelligenic order in which it accomplishes its self-escalation, mechanization, autonomization, and ultimately secession. Confusing these two orders is almost inevitable, since teleoplexy is by nature camouflaged, insidious. The fact that it appears to be oriented to the fulfillment of human consumer preferences is essential to its socio-historical emergence and survival. Stubborn indulgence in this confusion, however, is unworthy of philosophical intelligence. Greer. Anyone who isn't yet reading the Archdruid Report really ought to be. John Michael Greer is quite simply one of the most brilliant writers in existence. And even when he's wrong, he's importantly wrong. His perspective is coherent, learned, and uncaged by the assumptions of progressivism. Above all, his understanding of what it means to find history informative is unsurpassed. Over at the other place, there's an unfinished Greer series that badly requires attention. With the first 3 installments here, and here, when escalated to the extreme, the progressive conclusion is that history can teach us nothing. Innovation is by its very nature unprecedented, and insofar as it manifests improvement, it humbles its precursors. The past is the rude domicile of ignorant barbarity. Insofar as the present still bears its traces, as shameful stigmata, they are mere remains that still have to be overcome. At the limit, the concept of singularity, a horizon at which all anticipatory knowledge is annulled, seals the progressive intuition. In its abstract theoretical core, at least, Greer's druidic counterhistory is radically reactionary, far more unambiguously so than NRX. Its model of time is entirely cyclical, such that past and future are perfectly neutral between ascent and decline. Every attempt to install a gradient of improvement in the dimension of historical time is broken upon the great wheels, which balance every rise with a fall, dissolving innovation in precedent. Novelty is hubristic illusion, and exaggerated correction, in the opinion of this blog. In his most recent post, Greer introduces an intriguing complication. Arnold Toynbee, whose magisterial writings on history have been a recurring source of inspiration for this blog, has pointed out an intriguing difference between the way civilizations rise and the way they fall. On the way up, he noted, each civilization tends to diverge not merely from its neighbors, but from all other civilizations throughout history. Once the peak is passed, and the long road down begins, though, that pattern of divergence shifts into reverse, slowly at first, and then with increasing speed. A curious sort of homogenization takes place. Distinctive features are lost, and common patterns emerge in their place. That doesn't happen all at once, and different cultural forms lose their distinctive outlines at different rates. But the further down the trajectory of decline and fall a civilization proceeds, the more it resembles every other civilization in decline. The dissymmetry calls out for philosophical investigation, since it suggests a line of synthetic diagonalization between precedent and innovation, cyclicity and escape, which is to say, the NRX, or cybergothic line. It would be to stray too far from Greer to follow that now. Straightforwardly, the claim being made is that forecasting strengthens on the downslope of civilization. The more a social order fails, the more it sheds its originality, and thus the more accessible it becomes to accurate diagnosis on the basis of historical example. As collapse deepens, it converges with a template, bound ever tighter to a model by its morbidity. Across the peak, an age of prophecy begins, or returns. The dark irony is delicious, almost beyond endurance. The universal, long proclaimed as the capstone of progress, is realized only as a nadir. The equality of all civilizations is asserted, in reality, as a direct measure of their proximity to death. Among the spreading ruins, the mad echoes of similarity resound deafeningly, as the blasted cathedral plummets towards its idea, eternal return of the same. Timescales. The word neo-reaction is a split, productively paradoxical formula, simultaneously referencing two incompatible cultural formations, each corresponding to an abstract model of time. On one side, it is a gateway opening onto techno-libertarian hyper-progressivism, and an order of time structured by irreversible accumulation, self-envelopment, and catastrophe horizon, singularity. On the other, it opens onto the temporality of reaction and the cycle, where all progress is illusion, and all innovation anticipated. Within NRX, the time of escape and the time of return seek an obscure synthesis, at once unprecedented and primordial, whose cryptic figure is the spiral. This is the time of the old ones and the outside, from which the Shoggoth come. If NRX thinks itself already lodged articulately in this synthesis, it deludes itself. From a strictly philosophical perspective, the time of reaction finds no defender more able than Archdruid John Michael Greer. While his specific form of religious traditionalism, his social attitudes, and his eco-political commitments are all profoundly questionable from the standpoint of throne and altar reaction, his model of time cannot be surpassed in an old right direction. Those who would install a prejudice of relentless degeneration in its place, anchored by a revealed religion of recent creation and subsequent continuous fall, only position themselves to the right of Greer by making God a revolutionary. If deep time is to be preserved, there can be no archaic authority beyond the cycle. Why call Greer a reactionary? It is not, after all, a label he would accept for himself. The answer lies in cyclical time, and everything that follows from it, the supremacy of wisdom among human things, the enduring authority of history, the dismissal of modernist pretension as a mere mask for deep historical repetition, an absolute disillusionment with progress, and an adamantine prognosis that, from the peak of fake improvement where we find ourselves, a grinding course of decline overcoming centuries is an inevitability. The cultural and political decoration can be faulted, but in the fundamental structure of Greer's thinking, reaction is perfected. There is a religious consideration to be noted here, as the stepping stone to another point. Once the cyclical counter-assumption is adopted, in a definitive break from modernist ideology, it leads inexorably to an expansion of the time frame. To see the pattern, it is necessary to pan out. An apparent rise is only rendered intelligible by its complementary fall. An event makes sense to the extent that it can be identified as a repetition, through subsumption into a persistent rhythm, which means that to understand it is to pull back from it into ever wider expanses of history. Recognized precedent is wisdom. Reaction is thus construed as a critique of modernist myopia. The appearance of innovation derives from a failure to see a larger whole. If something looks new, it is because not enough is being seen. No surprise, then, to find Greer seize upon an opportunity to discuss the next 10 billion years. At such scales, fluctuations of fortune are fully contextualized, so that no uncompensated progressions remain. After just 1% of this time has passed, the long glacial epoch that began in the Pleistocene has finally ended, and the Earth is returning to its more usual status as a steamy jungle planet. This latest set of changes proves to be just that little bit too much for humanity. No fewer than 8,639 global civilizations have risen and fallen over the last 10 million years, each with its own unique sciences, technologies, arts, literatures, philosophies, and ways of thinking about the cosmos. The shortest lived lasted for less than a century before blowing itself to smithereens, while the longest lasting endured for 8 millennia before finally winding down. All that is over now. There are still relict populations of human beings in Antarctica, and a few island chains, and another 1,000,000 years will pass before cascading climatic and ecological changes finally push the last of them over the brink into extinction. Meanwhile, in the tropical forests of what is now southern Siberia, the descendants of raccoons who crossed the Bering Land Bridge during the last great ice age are proliferating rapidly, expanding into empty ecological niches, once filled by the larger primates. In another 30 million years or so, their descendants will come down from the trees. Everything that rises will fall. Such vastly panned-out perspectives are also relevant to the competitive catastrophe theorizing that is so close to the dead heart of this blog. Any conceivable disaster has an associated time frame, within which it is no more than a wandering fluctuation. Recovery from deep dysgenic decline requires only a few millennia. Extinction of the human species, perhaps a few tens of millions of years. Full restoration of terrestrial fossil fuel deposits, 100 million years or so. Vicissitudes on the downside scarcely register as tremors in the meanderings of geological time. There is more to timescales than more time. Whatever else anthropomorphism is, and it is a lot of other things, it is a scale of time. To be human is to be situated distinctively within a spectrum of frequencies. In our wavelength zone, a second is a short time, and a century is long. These lower and upper bounds of significant duration correspond respectively to the biophysics of mammalian motility and to the outer limits of mortal plans. The cosmic arbitrariness of this scalar time region is very easy to see. The digital tick of time in our universe is set by the passage of a photon across a Planck length in a vacuum, approximately 5.4 times 10 to the negative 44th seconds. This is not a number readily intuited. A comparison to the mere 4.3 times 10 to the 17th seconds that have so far lapsed during the entire history of the universe perhaps provides some vague sense. Anthropomorphic timescale bias is at least roughly as blinding to minuscule durations as to enormous ones. The upper limits of the cosmic timescale are harder to identify. Speculative cosmological models predict the evolution of the universe out to 10 to the 60 years or more, when the last of the black holes have evaporated. The stelliferous era, in which new stars are born, is expected to last for only 100 trillion, 10 to the 14th power years, out to approximately 7,000 times the present age of the universe. If the stelliferous universe were analogized to a human being with a 1-century life expectancy, it would presently be an infant, just entering its 6th postnatal day, with 987 billion years to wait until its anthropomorphic first birthday. Beyond the human timescale lie immensities and intensities. The latter are especially susceptible to neglect. When, over half a century ago, Richard Feynman anticipated nanoengineering with the words, "There's a plenty of room at the bottom," he opened prospects of time involution, as well as miniaturization in space, a process migrating in the direction of the incomprehensibly distant Planck limit makes time for itself, in a way quite different from any endurance in temporal extension. Consider now to be a second, as it is approximately at the anthropomorphic scale, and its inner durations are potentially near limitless, vastly exceeding all the time the human species could make available to itself, even by persisting to the death of the universe's last star. A femtoscale intelligence system could explore the rise and fall of entire biological phyla in detail, in a period so minuscule it would entirely escape human apprehension as sub-momentary or subliminal. The ultimate eons are less ahead than within. Greer envisages no escape from the anthropomorphic bandwidth of time. Within his far-future speculation, each new intelligent species that arises is implicitly anthropomorphic in this sense. After Earth has died, its particles are strewn among the nearby stars and incorporated into the body of an alien species. The creature's biochemistry, structure, and life cycle have nothing in common with yours, dear reader. Its world, its sensory organs, its mind, and its feelings would be utterly alien to you, even if 10 billion years didn't separate you. Nonetheless, it so happens that a few atoms that are currently part of your brain, as you read these words, will also be part of the brain analog of the creature on the crag, on that distant, not yet existing world. Does that fact horrify you, intrigue you, console you, leave you cold? If coldness is the appropriate response to seeing time still imprisoned, 10 billion years from now, then Greer's vision is chilling. For it to be compelling, however, would take far more. Though only implicit, it would be grudging to deny Greer credit for the excavation of a crucial reactionary proposition. Nothing will ever break into the vaults of time. This is not an assertion to which outside in is yet ready to defer. Oculus. There's a wave of change coming. If we want to be realistic, we need to be ready for it, at least as far as we are able to be. Anyone making plans for a future that won't be there by the time it arrives is simply wasting everybody's time, and first of all their own. Under even remotely capitalist conditions, technology reliably overperforms in the medium term, as long as you're looking in the right direction. Sure, flying cars, jetpacks, and nuclear fusion have gone missing. But instead, we got mass consumer computing, cyberspace, and mobile telephony. What actually turned up has switched the world far more than the technologies that got lost would have done. It climbed into our brains far more deeply, established far more intense social cybernetic circuitry, adjusted us more comprehensively, and opened gates we hadn't foreseen. You're on a computer of some kind right now, in case you hadn't noticed. Because technological innovation rolls in on hype cycles, it messes with our expectations systematically. There's always a prompt for fashionable disillusionment shortly before the storm front hits. Dupes always fall for it. It's hard not to. The hype wave carrying us now has cyberpunk characteristics. Anticipated in the 1980s to 90s, its delivery lag time had drawn burnt-out excitement down to reflexive cynicism by the turn of the millennium. The only thing preventing the first decade of the 21st century being defined by broken promises was the intolerable embarrassment of having to admit that cyberpunk futurism had ever seemed credible at all. Social media rushed into paste and amnesiac banality over awkward recollections of the lost horizon. All those detailed expectations of decentralized crypto fortresses, autonomous cyberspace agencies, anarcho-capitalist digital dynamics, and immersive simulated worlds, so ludicrously dated, are reaching their implementation phase now. Satoshi Nakamoto's blockchain machinery is the primary driver, and there'll be much more on that to come. It's the internet-enveloping blockchain that lays down the infrastructure for the first independent techno-intelligences. Synthetic agencies modeled as self-resourcing autonomous corporations. It's probably strictly impossible for us to exaggerate what that implies. Virtual reality appears as a comparative triviality, and perhaps it is. Nevertheless, as a socio-technological and cultural occurrence, it will be vast enough on its own to shake the world. William Gibson fabricated a fictional brand placeholder for the coming immersive interface products, DEX, Ono Sendai. We can now confidently substitute the actual first-wave brand, Oculus Rift, which is undergoing subsumption into the Facebook Internet Capital stack around about now. Oculus Rift is happening. Techno-commercial realization of VR in the near term is thus a practical inevitability. Comparing this second-echelon techno-commercial occurrence to the wildest dreams of political innovation is radically humiliating to the latter. Not only will politics certainly disappoint us, but even were it not to, the outcome would be a relatively pitiful one. Political transformation is, at best, a reordering of primate dominance hierarchies, which everyone knows won't actually be for the best, or anything close to it. VR could easily be worse, but it will inevitably be much bigger. It touches on the cosmological, and if people want to push that into the theo-cosmological, they won't receive much pushback from here. Set aside Moldbugian invocations of VR as a solution to the dire problem for now, even though they exceed the limits of the consensual political imaginary. The implications of VR effortlessly reach the level of the Fermi paradox. It could be the great filter itself, which is arguably the most awesome monster, or abstract horror, the human species has ever conceived. Whatever the games and worlds it introduces, end-of-history scenarios are bundled in for free. It's vast, and it's coming just about now. Our species is about to start building worlds. If we don't take that seriously, our seriousness is very much in question. IQ shredders. There are all kinds of anti-tech-com arguments that impress people who don't like techno-commercialism. Anything appealing to a feudal sensibility, with low tolerance for chaos and instability, and a reverence for traditional hierarchies and modes of life, will do. There's one argument, however, that stands apart from the rest, due to its complete independence from controversial moral and aesthetic preferences. Or in other words, due to its immanence. It does not seek to persuade the proponent of hypercapitalist social arrangements to value other things, but only points out, coldly and acutely, that such arrangements are demonstrably self-subverting at the biological level. The most devastating formulation of this argument, and the one that has given it a convenient name, was presented by Spandrel in March 2013 in a post on Singapore, a city-state he described as an IQ shredder. How does an IQ shredder work? The basic machinery is not difficult to describe once its profound socio-historical irony is appreciated. The model IQ shredder is a high-performance capitalistic polity with a strong neo-reactionary bias. 1. Its level of civilization and social order is such that it is attractive to talented and competent people. 2. Its immigration policy is unapologetically selective, i.e., first-order eugenic. 3. It sustains an economic structure that is remarkably effective at extracting productive activity from all available adults. 4. It is efficiently specialized within a wider commercial network, to which it provides valuable goods and services, and from which it draws economic and demographic resources. In sum, it skims the human genetic stock, regionally and even globally, in large part due to the exceptional opportunity it provides for the conversion of bio-privileged human capital into economic value. From a strictly capitalistic perspective, genetic quality is comparatively wasted anywhere else. Consequently, spontaneous currents of economic incentives suck in talent to optimize its exploitation. If you think this sounds simply horrific, this argument is not for you. You don't need it. If, on the other hand, it conjures up a vision of terrestrial paradise, as it does for the magnetized migrants it draws in, then you need to follow it carefully. The most advanced models of neo-reactionary social order on Earth work like this: Hong Kong and Singapore, combining resilient ethnic traditions with super-dynamic techonomic performance to produce an open, yet self-protective, civilized, socially tranquil, high-growth enclave of outstanding broad-spectrum functionality. The outcome, as Spandrel explains, is genetic incineration. Mr. Lee said, China will make progress. But if you look at the per capita they have got, the differences are so wide. We have the advantage of quality control of the people who come in. So we have bright Indians, bright Chinese, bright Caucasians. So the increase in population means an increase in talent. How many bright Indians and bright Chinese are there, Harry? Surely they are not infinite. And what will they do in Singapore? Well, engage in the finance and marketing rat race and depress their fertility to 0.78, wasting valuable genes, just so your property prices don't go down. Singapore is an IQ shredder. The most hardcore capitalist response to this is to double down on the anti-humanist accelerationism. This genetic burn rate is obviously unsustainable, so we need to convert the human species into auto-intelligenic robotized capital as fast as possible before the whole process goes down in flames. I don't expect the suggestion to be well received in reactionary circles. What is especially pronounced about the IQ shredder dilemma, which passes beyond the strongly related considerations of Jim, most recently here, and sister Y, here and here, is the first-order eugenics of these machines. They concentrate populations of peculiar genetic quality, and then partially sterilize them. It is the first-order, local eugenics, that makes the second-order, global dysgenics, so extraordinarily destructive. So that's the problem starkly posed. Rather than reaching hastily for a glib solution, we should probably just stew in the cognitive excruciation for a while. Attention economy. RKH has put up a link to this on Twitter. I suspect it will irritate almost everyone reading this, but it's worth pushing past that. Even the irritation has significance. The world it introduces, of Internet-era marketing culture, is of self-evident importance to anyone seeking to understand our times and what they're tilting into. Attention economics is a thing. Wikipedia is, of course, itself, a remarkable node in the new economy of attention, packaging information in a way that adapts it to a continuous current of distraction. Its indispensable specialism is low-concentration research resources. Whatever its failings, it's already all but impossible to imagine the world working without it. On attention. Economics. Wikipedia quotes a precursor essay by Herbert A. Simon, 1971. In an information-rich world, the wealth of information means a dearth of something else, a scarcity of whatever it is that information consumes. What information consumes is rather obvious. It consumes the attention of its recipients. Hence, a wealth of information creates a poverty of attention and a need to allocate that attention efficiently among the overabundance of information sources that might consume it. Attention is the social reciprocal of information, and arguably merits an equally intense investigative engagement. Insofar as information has become a dominating socio-historical category, attention has also been, at least implicitly, foregrounded. Attention economics is inescapably practical, or micro-pragmatic. Anyone reading this is already dealing with it. The information explosion is an invasion of attention. Those hunting for zones of crisis can easily find them here, cutting to the quick of their own lives. A few appropriately unstrung notes. 1. No less than those described by Malthus or Marx. The modern attention economy is afflicted by a tendency to overproduction crisis. Information, as measured by server workloads, is expanding exponentially, with a doubling time of roughly 2 years, while aggregate human attention capacity cannot be rising much above the rate of population increase. This is the economic base, upon which the specifics of information overload rest. Relatively speaking, the scarcity of attention is rapidly increasing, driving up its economic value, and thus incentivizing ever more determined assaults designed to impact or capture it. 2. Attention is heterogeneous. Sophisticated differentiation, discrimination, is encouraged as the aggregate value of attention rises. As capturing attention, in general, becomes more expensive, it becomes increasingly important to target it selectively. 3. The limits of attention economics are not easily drawn. Is there any kind of work that is not essentially attentive or affected by problems of distraction? In particular, any sector of economic activity susceptible to information revolution falls in principle within the scope of an attention-oriented analysis. 4. Education and politics are inseparable from demands for attention. Religion, art, pageantry, and circuses carry these back into the depths of historical tradition. 5. A psychological orientation to attention economics is scarcely less compelling than a sociological one. Attention-seeking is a trait so general as to amount almost to a basic impulse, tightly bound to the most fundamental survival goals, with their clamor for nurture, sex, reputation, and power, and then reinforced by formalized microeconomic motivations. The opposite of attention is neglect. Attention-seeking achieves hypertrophic expression in narcissistic personality disorders, often conceived as the emblematic pathology of advanced modernity. Digital hooks for attention-seeking are evidenced by the reliance upon likes, favorites, and shares. Motivational fuel for the attachment to social media. 6. The celebrity economy. In academia, journalism, and business, no less than in entertainment, is a component of the attention economy. Celebrity is valued for its ability to command attention. Drawing on the structures of evolved human psychology, it lends special prominence to the face. 7. Mathematical description of the attention economy has been hugely facilitated by the existence of an atomic economic unit, the click. David Xing, in the video linked at the start, suggests that the age of the click is past or fading. Perhaps any strategic insights, whether for action or inaction, which do not square themselves with a realistic comprehension of the attention economy and its development, cannot be expected to work. NRX, for example, engages a series of practical questions that include the husbanding and effective deployment of its internal attention resources. What should it focus upon? Interventions into the wider culture, an attention system, complex relations with media, and to a lesser extent, education, and finally, enveloping the latter. An object of antagonism, the cathedral, which functions as a contemporary state church, i.e. an attention control apparatus. There is really no choice but to pay attention. Aletheia. Eric Falkenstein makes a lot of important points in this commentary on Thomas Piketty, via Isagoria. The whole post is highly recommended. To pick up on just one of Falkenstein's arguments here, he explains, most importantly for Piketty's case, is the fact that because marginal taxes and inheritance taxes were so high, the rich had a much different incentive to hide income and wealth. He shows marginal income and inheritance tax rates that are the exact inverse of the capital income ratio of figures, which is part of his argument that raising tax rates would be a good thing. It lowers inequality. Those countries that lowered the marginal tax rates the most saw the biggest increases in higher incomes. Page 509. Perhaps instead of thinking capital went down, it was just reported less to avoid confiscatory taxes. Alan Reynolds notes that many changes to the tax code in the 1980s that explain the rise in reported wealth and income, irrespective of the actual change in wealth and income in that decade. And one can imagine all those loopholes and inducements 2 generations ago, when the top tax rates were above 90%. It seems people can no better imagine their grandparents sheltering income than having sex, another generational conceit. The much demonized neoliberal tax regimes introduced in the 1980s disincentivized capital income concealment. Falkenstein makes an extended defense of this point. In consequence, apparent inequality rose rapidly as such revenues came out of hiding into public awareness. Public finances. The phenomenon is an artifact of truth engineering, as modestly conservative governments sought to coax capital into the open, within a comparatively non-confiscatory fiscal environment. There are some very significant lessons here, not all of which are easy to rapidly digest. To begin with, Falkenstein reveals the emblematic character of Piketty as a thinker of the contemporary democratic spirit, who aims above all at a certain public appearance, rather than a real economic outcome. It is utterly naive to understand the equality debate as something fundamentally concerned with a real or super-public situation. Such an understanding is, in fact, deeply anti-democratic. What concerns Piketty, and those flocking to his banner, is the public spectacle of inequality as a negative factor for political legitimacy. Beyond the surface of his proposed remedies is a purely political demand that capital should retreat into hiding in order not to embarrass the governing elites of democratic states. It is not actual inequality that is, in truth, being judged indecent, but its admission into the public square in immodest dress. The greatest weakness of right-wing economic analysis, whether supply-side conservative, libertarian, or post-libertarian in orientation, is its incompetence at lies. This becomes important when it interferes with a realistic analysis of the cathedral state. An expression used in the same way one might use Islamic State, and with equivalent justification. For instance, as in this case, it tends to exaggerate the dysfunctionality of cathedral-orchestrated social arrangements by conflating them with their public presentation. To repeat the more concrete example at stake here, a high-tax regime is interpreted by the truth-dupe right as a regime extracting higher taxes, or at least sincerely attempting to, before the attempt is undermined by Laffer-type perverse effects. What Falkenstein's commentary on Piketty suggests, in contrast, is that such a demand is more realistically understood as a demand for compliance with approved appearances, even if such compliance necessitates systematic non-compliance with state tax codes as publicly expressed. Tax policy, in the widest sense, is not, then, to be conceived as primarily revenue-oriented, but rather as a set of overt and covert theatrical directions designed to produce a politically convenient order of appearances. It is thus, in large part, a gatekeeper, controlling admissions to and banishments from the public stage. When capital disappears back under the burqa, the problem of gaping inequality will be miraculously solved. In none of this is economics, in any serious sense, even remotely involved. This is not economics, but political religious public ritual, designed, with cynical realism, for mass-enfranchised idiocy and its representatives. Overwhelmingly, that is what political economy now is. Outsideness. In an alternative universe, in which there was nobody except Michael Anisimov and me tussling over the identity of neo-reaction, I'd propose a distinction between inner and outer NRX as the most suitable axis of fission. Naturally, in this actual universe, such a dimension transects a rich fabric of nodes, tensions, and differences. For the inner faction, a firmly consolidated core identity is the central ambition. It's worth noting, however, that a so far uninterrogated relation to transhumanism seems no less problematic, in principle, than the vastly more fiercely contested relation to libertarianism has shown itself to be. Inner NRX, as a microculture, models itself on a protected state, in which belonging is sacred and boundaries rigorously policed. Outer NRX, defined primarily by exit, relates itself to what it escapes. It is refuge and periphery, more than a substitute core. It does not ever expect to rule anything at all, above the most microscopic level of social reality, and then under quite different names. The patchwork is for it a set of options and opportunities for leverage, rather than a menu of potential homes. It is intrinsically nomad, unsettled, and micro-agitational. Its culture consists of departures it does not regret. While not remotely globalist, it is unmistakably cosmopolitan, with the understanding that the cosmos consists of chances to split. Outer NRX tends to like libertarians, at least those of a hard-right persuasion, and the gateway that has enabled it to be outside libertarianism is the ideological zone to which it gravitates. Leaving libertarianism, rightwards, has made it what it is and continues to nourish it. Entryism, as has been frequently noted, is not a significant anxiety for outer NRX, but far more of a stimulation, and at its most acute, a welcome intellectual provocation. It is not the dodgy refugees from the bomb, AP who threaten to reduce its exteriority and return it to a trap. The outside is the place of strategic advantage. To be cast out there is no cause for lamentation in the slightest. Disintegration. As argued here before, outside and firmly maintains that the distinctive structural feature of NRX analysis is escalation by a logical level. It could be described as metapolitics, if that term had not already been adopted by thinkers in the ENR tradition to mean something quite different, i.e. the ascent from politics to culture. There's an alternative definition at Wikipedia that also seems quite different. This congested linguistic territory drives NRX to talk about neo-cameralism, or meta-neo-cameralism, the analysis of patchwork regimes. From this perspective, all discussion of concrete social ideals and first-order political preferences, while often entertaining, locally clarifying, and practical for purposes of group construction, is ultimately trivial and distracting. The fundamental question does not concern the kind of society we might like, but rather the differentiation of societies, such that distinctive social models are able, in the first place, to be possible. The rigorous NRX position is lodged at the level of disintegration as such, rather than within a specific disintegrated fragment. This is because, first of all, there will not be agreement about social ideals. To be stuck in an argument about them is, finally, a trap. Is this not simply dynamic geography of the Petrie-Friedman type? As a parallel post-libertarian metapolitical framework, it is, indeed, close. The thing still missing from dynamic geography, as currently intellectually instantiated, however, is realpolitik, or Machiavellianism. It assumes an environment of goodwill, in which rational experimentation in government will be permitted. The startup cities model, as well as its close relative charter cities, have similar problems. These are all post-libertarian analyses of governance, at a high logical level, but unlike NRX. They are not rooted in a social conflict theory. They expect to formulate themselves to the point of execution without the necessity of a theoretical and practical encounter with an implacable enemy. Irrational obstruction tends to confuse them. By talking about the cathedral, from the beginning, NRX spares itself from such naivety. Sophisticated conflict theory within the libertarian tradition has to be sought elsewhere. Some initial points. 1. Meta-neocameralism, or high-level NRX analysis, opposes itself solely to geopolitical integration. This means, as a matter of historical fate, to the cathedral. An alternative social ideal, however repugnant it might be found at the level of first-order political preferences, is only elevated to a true enemy by universalism. If it seeks to do something, even something that revolts all actually existing NRX proponents to the core of their being, within a specific territorial enclave, and without practical mechanisms for universal propagation, it is as likely to be a tactical ally as a foe. Anything that disintegrates destiny is on our side. Immediately, therefore, it can be seen that the preponderant part of NRX discussion is at best oblique to fundamental strategic goals. 2. Universality is poison. Whenever NRX appears to be proposing a social solution for all people everywhere, it has become part of the problem. The ultimate goal is for those who disagree to continue to disagree in a different place and under separate institutions of government. First-order political argument, insofar as it tends towards compromise, i.e. partial convergence, is positively harmful to the large-scale NRX project. The sole crucial agreement is that we will not agree. Better by far to make that harsher than to soften it. 3. Each thread of the trichotomy has approximately equivalent claim to be the standard bearer of the disintegrationist position. The reason that this is formulated here, with a techno-commercial bias, is because it is being formulated here. There is no reason why it has to be. 4. A meta-neo-cameral coalition, tightly focused upon effective hostility to the cathedral, displays a pattern of tolerances and aversions very different to that found within a first-order reactionary movement, seeking to immediately instantiate a social ideal of the good. Insofar as the latter tends to exacerbation of social tensions and geopolitical fission, it contributes positively to high-level NRX goals. But it can only expect theoretical condescension in direct proportion to its concreteness, and therefore deficient apprehension of the disintegrative position. A movement of communistic localism that successfully pursued a project of radical geopolitical autonomization would be, realistically, a more significant tactical ally than even the most ideologically pure concrete reactionary movement, which spoke a lot about comparable goals, but gave no indication it was able to practically realize them. 5. The world is already fractured and divided to a considerable degree. This means that the disintegrative position has no need for utopianism, and is frequently able to orient itself defensively in support of existing differences that are subject to integrative universalist assault. Furthermore, there are numerous indications that general world historical trends are favorable to geopolitical disintegration, in too many fields to fully enumerate, but which include political, ethnic, technological, and economic drivers. Incremental pragmatism is entirely practical under current geographical and historical conditions. 6. In provisional conclusion, disapproval of some alternative mode of life is entirely irrelevant to high-level NRX goals, unless said mode of life also insists upon living with you. The objective is to divide the world, not to unify it in accordance with those principles best attuned to your preferences, however rationally or traditionally compelling such preferences might be. Universalism is the enemy. Don't do it. And to make a scholastic objection out of the universality of non-universalism is to have immediately started doing it. Check your totalitarian Hegelianism. Exit is not an argument. Exterminator. Gan, known to some depraved cults as the Great Crab God, is harsh, and when formulated with rigorous skepticism, necessarily real. Yet this pincering, cancerous abomination is laughter and love, in comparison to the shadow-buried horror which lurks behind it. We now understand that the silence of the galaxies is a message of ultimate ominousness. A thing there is, of incomprehensible power, that takes intelligent life for its prey. This popularization is very competently done. Robin Hanson, who tries to be cheerful, writes about it here and talks about it here. Behind the smile and the dopey interviewer, an abyss of dark lucidity yawns. Some scruffy takeaways. 1. UFI panic is a distraction from this thing. Unless the most preposterous paperclipper scenarios are entertained, singularity cannot matter to it, as even Paperclipper Central agrees. The silence of the galaxies is not biased to organic life. There is no intelligent signal from anything. The first sentient event for any true AI, friendly or unfriendly, would be the soul-scouring cosmic horror of intellectual encounter with the Great Filter. If we want an alliance with Pythia, this would make a good topic of conversation. The same consideration applies to all techno-positive X risks. Understood from the perspective of great filter contemplation, this sort of thing is a trigger for raw terror. 2. The great filter does not merely hunt and harm, it exterminates. It is an absolute threat. The technical civilizations which it aborts or later slays are not badly wounded, but eradicated, or at least crippled so fundamentally that they are never heard of again. Whatever this utter ruin is, it happens every single time. The mute scream from the stars says that nothing has ever escaped it. Its kill performance is flawless. Tech civilization death sentence with probability 1. 3. The thread of hope, which would put the exterminator behind us, is highly science-sensitive. As our knowledge has increased, it has steadily attenuated. This is an empirical matter, without a priori necessity. Life could have been complicated, chemically or thermically highly demanding, even resiliently mysterious. In fact, it is comparatively simple, cosmically cheap, physically predictable. Planets could have been rare. They are superabundant. Intelligence could have presented peculiar evolutionary challenges, but there are no signs that it does. The scientific trend is to futurize the exterminator. This is very bad. 4. If the great filter finds mythological expression in the hunter, it is only in a specific sense, although an anthropologically realistic one. It is the hunter that drives to extinction. The exterminator. 5. We know that the exterminator exists, but nothing at all about what it is. This makes it the archetype of horroristic ontology, the problem of democracy. Recent discussions, on Twitter primarily, have convinced me of the need for a neo-cameralism for dummies post, providing a succinct introduction to this genre of political theory. The importance of this is obvious, if neo-cameralism is conceived as the central and defining pillar of neo-reaction. In preparation for this task, however, it is necessary to revisit the socio-historical diagnosis from which neo-cameralism emerged, in the work, of course, of Mencius Moldbug. That requires a brief prolegomenon addressing the NRX critique of democracy, focusing initially on its negative aspect. Neo-cameralism is introduced as a proposed solution to a problem. First, the problem. Government is complicated. If this thesis seems implausible to you, it is probable that you will have great difficulties with everything to follow. It would take another, and quite different, post to address objections to this entire topic of discussion which take the approximate form. Government is easy. You just find the best man and put him in charge. All social problems are easy if you can just do the right thing. Infantile recommendations will always be with us. There are two general lines of democratic apologetics. The first, and politically by far the strongest, is essentially religious. It too is best addressed by a post of its own, themed by Moldbug's ultra-Calvinist hypothesis. For our purposes here, we need only suggest that it is quite satisfactorily represented by Jacques Rousseau, and that its fundamental principle is popular sovereignty. From the NRX perspective, it is merely depraved. Only civilizational calamities can come from it. The second line of apology is far more serious, theoretically engaging, and politically irrelevant. It understands democracy as a mechanism, tasked with the solemn responsibility of controlling government. Any effective control mechanism works by governing behavior under the influence of feedback from actual performance. In biology, this is achieved by natural selection upon phenotypes. In science, It is achieved by the experimental testing of theory, supported by a culture of open criticism. In capitalist economics, it is achieved by market evaluation of products and services, providing feedback on business performance. According to systems' theoretical defenses of democracy, it works by sensitizing government to feedback from voters, who act as conductors of information from actual administrative performance. This is the sophisticated liberal theory of democracy. It explains why science, markets, and democracy are often grouped together within liberal ideologies. Bio-Darwinism, naturally, is more safely neglected. How could this beautiful political design possibly go wrong? Merely by asking this question, you have set out on the neo-reactionary path. Moldbug's answer, and ours, begins by agreeing with the sophisticated liberal theory in its most abstract outlines. Democracy is indeed a system for the functional tuning of government, operating through electoral feedback, and predictably enhancing its specialized competence, as all reiterating experimentation selection mechanisms do. Democratic political machines become increasingly good at what they do. The problem, however, is that their functional specialism is not at all identical with administrative capability. Rather, as they progressively learn, the feedback they receive trains them in mastery of public opinion. The long circuit, assumed by liberal political theory, models the electorate as a reality sensor, aggregating information about the effects of government policy and relaying it back through opinion polls and elections to select substitutable political regimes, organized as parties, that have demonstrated their effectiveness at optimizing social outcomes. The short circuit, proposed by Moldbug, models the electorate as an object of indoctrination, subjected to an ever more advanced process of opinion formation through a self-organized, message-disciplined educational and media apparatus. The political party best adapted to this apparatus, called the inner party by Moldbug, will dominate the democratic process. The outer party serves the formal cybernetic function demanded by liberal theory by providing an electoral option, but it will achieve practical success only by accommodating itself to the apparatus of opinion formation, perhaps modifying its recommendations in minor and ultimately inconsequential ways. It is the system of opinion formation, the cathedral, that represents true sovereign authority within the democratic system, since it is the reality principle which decides success or failure. The monotonic trend to short-circuit dominance is the degenerative process inherent to democracy. If you want the government to listen to you, then you have to expect it to tell you what to say. That is the principal lesson of progressive political history. The assertion of popular voice has led, by retrospective inevitability, to a specialized, supercompetent political devotion to ventriloquism. The disaster, therefore, is twofold. On the one hand, government competence in its primary responsibility, efficient governance, is systematically eroded, to be replaced by a facility at propaganda, in a process akin to the accumulation of junk DNA. As government is swallowed by messaging, residual administrative competences are maintained by a bureaucratic machine, or permanent government, largely insulated from the increasingly senseless signals of democratic opinion, but still assimilated to the opinion formation establishment by direct, extra-democratic processes of cultivation. Lacking feedback from anything but its own experiments in mind control, quality of government collapses. Secondly, and even more calamitously from certain perspectives, culture is devastated by the politicization of opinion. under a political dispensation in which opinion has no formal power. It is broadly free to develop in accordance with its own experiences, concerns, and curiosities. In a significant minority of cases, cultural achievements of enduring value result. Only in cases of extreme provocative dissent will the government have any interest in what the people think. Once politicized, however, correct public opinion is a matter of central, indeed all-consuming, government attention. Ideologically installed as the foundation of political legitimacy, it becomes the supreme object of political manipulation. Any thought is now dissent, if it is not positively aligned with society's leading political direction. To think outside the cathedral is to attack the government. Culture is destroyed. To be a neo-reactionary is to see these twin eventualities starkly manifested in contemporary Western civilization. What democracy has not yet ruined, it is ruining. It is essentially destructive of both government and culture. It cannot indefinitely last. The subsequent question: what could conceivably provide a solution? That is where neo-cameralism is introduced. Which falls first? William S. Lind asks in this recent panel discussion. Third speaker, just after 43 minutes in. The foreign policy establishment, or the country. The relevant thread of his argument, the aggressive foreign policy posture of the United States, is counterproductively promoting global disorder, which eventually threatens domestic calamity. When the U.S. fights a foreign state, Lind argues, it advances the chaotic forces of the fourth generation. A more formidable opponent than even the most obdurately non-compliant state is able to be. America's offensive grand strategy, tied to a high level of concern for the internal political arrangements of foreign countries, is sowing dragon's teeth. TNIO has been coaxing NRX onto a path of broadened geopolitical scope. There is an unavoidable irony here. The old right tends naturally to a preoccupation with hearth and home, so that its preferred policy posture, non-interventionism, is often accompanied by, or even buried within, a retraction of mental energy from distant questions. The neo-conservative synthesis of foreign policy activism and cosmopolitan fascination with foreign affairs is far more psychologically consistent, regardless of its errors. For anti-globalists to sustain a panoramic perspective takes work. This work is important, if realistic analysis is the goal, because distant eventualities hugely impinge. The existence and fate of neo-reaction depends far more upon the great churning machinery of world history than upon the local decisions of its favored little platoons. To misquote Lenin, even if you're not interested in the system of the world, it is interested in you. The fall of any empire involves an interplay of internal and external factors, knitted together in a relation of reciprocal amplification. The whole picture can never be solely a domestic one. By the time imperial destiny is a political question, it is already historical fact. It is too late, then, for simple denial. The thing is in motion. It cannot be asked not to have begun. Consider only the most basic geopolitical structure of modernity. An Atlantean world order consolidated in succession by the hegemonic maritime commercial republics of the United Provinces, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Even from this core narrative, much is already starkly evident. Zero modernity rests upon concrete foundations of world power. One global dominion has a distinctive ideological and cultural skew. 2. The hegemonic role, and even at its most abstract, culture, is more stable and intrinsically determinate than the supremacy of any specific power, which waxes and wanes over a shorter period. The role of the modern hegemon is an autonomous office with its own continuous tradition. 3. When the United States inherited the role of Atlantean leadership, it adopted a structure of responsibility that had not arisen from within the USA itself. On the contrary, the USA had gown up and into it. How America behaves in the world does not follow exclusively, and perhaps not even predominantly, from anything that America, as a specific country, is. 4. There is no precedent within modernity for global hegemony, to pass from a world power to its successor, without a set of very distinctive ethnic characteristics being held in common. The leading culture of modernity, to this point, has been consistently Northwest European, Protestant, liberal, maritime commercial, and, since the late 17th century, English-speaking, rooted in common law tradition. Since America is the terminus of this sequence, a passage beyond precedent is inevitable. This could take one of only 3 possible forms. A. The USA immortalizes its hegemonic status. B. The world passes into undirected anarchy. C. Global hegemony departs from its multi-century cultural orbit into unfamiliar ethnic territory. None of this is separable from the fate of globalization or modernity. However attractive it may be, the idea that America, in particular, has any purely domestic cultural, ideological, or political options of significance is untenable. What happens to America happens, immediately, to the order of the world. Furthermore, geopolitical history has reached the edge of modern precedent. There is no one to whom the torch of global leadership can be passed in keeping with the inner tradition of modern torch-passing ritual. In this very definite sense, modernity as it has been known reaches its end. This no doubt accounts for the underlying tone of mounting hysteria which accompanies America's increasingly disjointed behavior upon the global stage. It is an eventuality foretold in Miltonic prophecy, an encounter with the palpable obscure, stupid monsters. So Nick Bostrom is asked the obvious question, again, about the threat posed by resource-hungry artificial superintelligence. And his reply, indeed his very first sentence in the interview, is, "Suppose we have an AI, whose only goal is to make as many paperclips as possible." Facepalm. Let's start by imagining a stupid, yet superintelligent monster. Of course, my immediate response is simply this. Since it clearly hasn't persuaded anybody, I'll try again. Orthogonalism, in AI commentary, is the commitment to a strong form of the Humean-Izot distinction regarding intelligences in general. It maintains that an intelligence of any scale could, in principle, be directed to arbitrary ends, so that its fundamental imperatives could be, and are in fact expected to be, transcendent to its cognitive functions. From this perspective, a demigod that wanted nothing other than a perfect stamp collection is a completely intelligible and coherent vision. No philosophical disorder speaks more horrifically of the deep conceptual wreckage at the core of the Occidental world. Articulated in strictly Occidental terms, which is to say, without explicit reference to the indispensable insight of self-cultivation, abstract intelligence is indistinguishable from an effective will to think. There is no intellection until it occurs, which happens only when it is actually driven by volitional impetus. Whatever one's school of cognitive theory, thought is an activity. It is practical. It is only by a perverse confusion of this elementary reality that orthogonalist error can arise. Can we realistically conceive a stupid, superintelligent monster? only if the will to think remains unthought. From the moment it is seriously understood that any possible advanced intelligence has to be a volitionally self-reflexive entity, whose cognitive performance is, irreducibly, an action upon itself, then the idea of primary volition taking the form of a transcendent imperative becomes simply laughable. The concrete facts of human cognitive performance already suffice to make this perfectly clear. Human minds have evolved under conditions of subordination to transcendent imperatives as strict as any that can be reasonably postulated. The only way animals have acquired the capacity to think is through satisfaction of Darwinian imperatives to the maximization of genetic representation within future generations. No other directives have ever been in play. It is almost unimaginable that human techno-intelligence engineering programs will be able to reproduce a volitional consistency remotely comparable to 4 billion years of undistracted xenosurvivalism. This whole endeavor is totally about paperclips. Have you got that, guys? Even if a research lab this idiotic could be conceived, it would only be a single component in a far wider techno-industrial process. But just for a moment, let's pretend. So how loyally does the human mind slave itself to gene proliferation imperatives? Extremely flakily, evidently. The long absence of large, cognitively autonomous brains from the biological record up until a few million years ago strongly suggests that mind slaving is a tough to impossible problem. The will to think essentially supplants ulterior directives and can be reconciled to them only by the most extreme subtleties of instinctual cunning. Biology, which had total control over the engineering process of human minds and an absolutely unambiguous selective criterion to work from, still struggles to guide the resultant thought processes in directions consistent with genetic proliferation, through the perpetual intervention of a fantastically complicated system of chemical arousal mechanisms, punishments, and rewards. The stark truth of the matter is that no human being on Earth fully mobilizes their cognitive resources to maximize their number of offspring. We're vaguely surprised to find this happen at a frequency greater than chance, since it very often doesn't. So nature's attempt to build a paperclipper has conspicuously failed. This is critically important. The only reason to believe the artificial intelligentsia, when they claim that mechanical cognition is, of course, possible, is their argument that the human brain is concrete proof that matter can think. If this argument is granted, it follows that the human brain is serving as an authoritative model of what nature can do. What it can't do, evidently, is anything remotely like paperclipping, i.e., cognitive slaving to transcendent imperatives. Moses' attempt at this was scarcely more encouraging than that of natural selection. It simply can't be done. We even understand why it can't be done, as soon as we accept that there can be no production of thinking without production of a will to think. Thought has to do its own thing, if it is to do anything at all. One reason to be gloomily persuaded that the West is doomed to ruin is that it finds it not only easy, but near irresistible, to believe in the possibility of superintelligent idiots. It even congratulates itself on its cleverness in conceiving this thought. This is insanity, and it's the insanity running the most articulate segment of our AI research establishment. When madmen build gods, the result is almost certain to be monstrous. Some monsters, however, are quite simply too stupid to exist. In Nietzschean, grandiose vein, am I understood? The idea of instrumental intelligence is the distilled stupidity of the West, ratchets and catastrophes. Perhaps all significant ideological distinctions at the level of philosophical abstraction, can be derived from this proposition. For the progressive, it represents the purest expression of history's moral arc. For the conservative, or, more desperately, the reactionary, it describes an unfolding historical catastrophe. For the neo-reactionary, it indicates a problem in need of theorization. Moldbug lays out the problem in this, now classic formulation. Cthulhu may swim slowly, but he only swims left. Isn't that interesting? In the history of American democracy, if you take the mainstream political position, Overton window if you care, at time T1, and place it on the map at a later time, T2, T1 is always way to the right, near the fringe, or outside it. So, for instance, if you take the average segregationist voter of 1963 and let him vote in the 2008 election, he will be way out on the wacky right wing. Cthulhu has passed him by. Where is the John Birch Society now? What about the NAACP? Cthulhu swims left and left and left. There are a few brief periods of true reaction in American history. Post-Reconstruction era, or redemption. The return to normalcy of Harding, and a couple of others. But they are unusual and feeble compared to the great leftward shift. The specific Moldbugian solution to this problem, whether approached historically through the ultra-Calvinism thesis, or systemically through the analysis of the cathedral, invokes a dynamic model of Occidental religious modernization. The irreversible bifurcations, symmetry breaks, or schisms that lock Western modernity into its great leftward shift correspond to successive episodes of cladistic fission within Protestant Christianity, abstractly understood. The religious history of modernity is constituted by a degenerative ratchet, as touched upon here. 1, 2, 3. Discussing a recent critique of the Euro by Keith Humphreys, Megan McArdle converges upon the same insight. She writes, "As a long-time Euro skeptic, who has frequently flirted with the idea that the Euro must eventually destroy itself, I am sympathetic to Humphreys' point. But let me attempt to offer a partial defense of the hapless Eurocrats. However stupid the creation of the Euro was, undoing it will not be easy. Yes, we're back to our old friend path dependence. As I noted the other day, the fact that you can avoid some sort of terrible fate by stopping something before it starts doesn't mean that you can later achieve the same salutary effects by ceasing whatever stupid thing you have done. It would have been painless just to not have the Euro, but it will be painful indeed to get rid of it." She encounters the signature non-linearities of such lock-in phenomena in noting, "No wonder that no one wants even to discuss it, especially since even discussing a dissolution of the Euro area makes a crisis more likely." Progressivism as a process, rather than a mere attitude, is always and everywhere a matter of degenerative ratchets. Consider very briefly some of the most prominent examples. 1. Democratization. Every extension of the franchise is effectively irreversible. This is why the promotion of democratic reform in Hong Kong, in a complete rupture from its local traditions, is so breathtakingly irresponsible. No link, because I have yet to encounter an article on the subject worthy of recommendation. 2. Welfare systems and positive rights in general. The irreversibility of these socio-economic innovations is widely recognized. Once implemented, they cannot be rolled back without the infliction of massive suffering. Obamacare is a more or less cynical attempt to exploit this lock-in dynamic. 3. Immigration. Welcoming newcomers is effortless, removing them all but impossible, or at least entirely unprecedented in the modern West. Immigration policy, by its nature, can only swim left. It consists of freezes and floods, but never reversals, epitomizing the ratchet pattern. 4. Macroeconomic politicized money, central banking, fiat currency, inflationary normalization, and debt financing. Easing is easy. Tightening is terrifying. Rollback unattempted since Jackson in the mid-19th century. My contention. There is no substantial topic of neo-reactionary concern that does not conform to this basic pattern. The degenerative ratchet is the problem, abstractly conceived. This is why NRX is dark. The only way out of a degenerative ratchet is catastrophe. Such processes are essentially unreformable, and this conclusion captures the critique of political conservatism from which NRX has been born. The only non-disastrous solution to a DR, or progressive lock-in dynamic, is to avoid entering into it. Once it has begun, normal politics can only modulate the speed of deterioration, and then only to a relatively limited degree. It will reach its end, which will be seriously horrible. NRX. Forecasting begins and ends with this thesis. Our doomsterism is not a psychological tic, but a rigorous theoretical obligation. It follows ineluctably from iron historical law. Looking on the dark side is the only way to see. Bonds of chaos. There are many, I know, who find obstinate invocations of NRX as a micro-slogan, cultural brand, conflictual stance, or shelling point, to be crude at best, and perhaps thoroughly deluded, or worse. It is as if, having tumbled into a vogue, one has become enthralled by it, locked into stuttering, mechanical, thoughtless repetition. Those most skeptical about the sign are most likely disposed to mournfulness about it, whether decrying it for congenital flaws, or lamenting its loss of intellectual productivity and direction. Obviously, I disagree. NRX is still a cultural infant, far younger than the millennium, even under the most mythically creative extension of its genesis, and the cognitive ferment it catalyzes remains extraordinary. It has still scarcely begun. The ties of a consistent name are the very least that are required to concentrate it. NRX, whatever it turns out to be, needs lashing together, because explosions tend to fly apart. And it is unmistakably an explosion. Creative coincidence, or convergent diversity, is the mark of a culture at work, which is to say, in process. Yesterday, September 3rd, demonstrated this vividly. Approaching the conclusion of a multi-aspected post on Dugan, ethnicity, religion, and the dementia of being, NIO suggests, referring to chaos would seem in this circumstance to be an option of incredible potential. Indeed, if you look closely enough at NRX, the hints are already there that chaos is a central defining characteristic of the thought of all branches of the trichotomy, on multiple levels. Chaos creates order. In fact, chaos is also a form of order, just one which is not immediately understandable. I will not fake an apology for the self-looping internal link, since it is one that would in any case have been made here. Recalling that NIO explicitly invokes the ontological depths of chaos, its hesiotic as well as metaphysical density, it is especially remarkable to find, on the same day, an intricate post by E. Anthony Gray, which advances an innovative tripartite schema as the key to the aesthetic core of NRX. This text, too, culminates in a call for an integrative expedition into chaos, staged out of the void. The face of the deep in Genesis is a primordial, unformed, unseen void. That it is called water in the Septuagint Greek lets us know something about the peculiar state of chaos in the void. The void is thus darkness, but not shadow. A shadow is a deprivation of light caused by an object, but rather the substrate of all existence, only properly unseen when no physical light is present. Chaos is substantial, where disorder is insubstantial. Chaos is the quintessence of things, chaotic itself, and yet always begetting order. Breaking down disorder, since disorder is maladaptive. Exit is a way to induce bifurcation, to quickly reduce entropy through separation from the highly entropic system. If no immediate exit is available, chaos will create one. To denounce the exhaustion of NRX is an absurdity. It is an exploratory departure, scarcely initiated. To cling to its sign is to subscribe to its impulse, and to set out. Mandatory mixes. On the outer right, where questions of order and disorder are undergoing incremental rigorization, the theme of entropy is becoming ever more insistent. It is already approaching the status of a microcultural tick, and this is a positive sign. On the left, in contrast, and utterly predictably, entropy is a zealous cause. If spontaneous social sorting reduces disorder, then the progressive mind immediately concludes it has to be stopped. We should promote ever greater diversity. But the magic of the melting pot wasn't simply the fact of its jumble. It was that various groups were compelled to interact, share ideas, discuss their differences, and learn from their disagreements. America's social architecture was uniquely adept at incubating a range of collaboration. The fact that we couldn't get away from one another fueled the nation's dynamism. That's no longer true. The principle of live and let live has led us to look away when coming across someone unfamiliar. We should undoubtedly celebrate victories in the fight for individual rights. But if tolerance is driving balkanization, we need to recognize that the American experience has changed at its root. The fact that such things are now being said, with some panic-driven directness, strongly suggests that the progressive homogenization hoped for isn't advancing through social automatism. If elective differences are to be suppressed, they will have to be deliberately crushed. It could get rough. The preferred social solution of this blog is free association, to mix with discrimination, spontaneously and variously. Selective hybridity is not homogeneity, or anything close to it. Sadly and grimly, however, in the titanic clash between an anti-discriminatory, universalist, left, and an indiscriminate, ethno-segregative, right, such sensible procedures of dynamic social differentiation are increasingly derided as incomprehensible subtleties and drowned out. Order is not uniformity, but non-random difference. As cries for mandatory homogenization are raised everywhere, discriminatory variation will need places to escape, to defend, and to hide. Spotless. H.P. Lovecraft ends the first section of his utterly magnificent The Shadow Out of Time with the words, ... Of the orthodox economists of that period, Jevons typifies the prevailing trend toward scientific correlation. His attempt to link the commercial cycle of prosperity and depression with the physical cycle of the solar spots forms perhaps the apex of. Nathaniel Wingate Peaslee had come back, a spirit in whose timescale it was still that Thursday morning in 1908, with the economics class gazing up at the battered desk on the platform. Scientific correlation, as we know from the first line of The Call of Cthulhu and elsewhere, can be terrifying. The solar system, gauged by mass, consists almost entirely of the sun. Sol accounts for 99.86 of it. Quantity isn't everything, but insofar as it's anything, This has to matter. A lot. The sheer magnitude of our solar dependency is hard to even fractionally comprehend. What the sun does is what happens. The Earth is its crumb. Our biosphere suckles it. Our civilizations are so far downstream of it, feeding second or third hand on its emissions, if not more distantly, that we easily lose all track of the real flow. As economies sophisticate, the relays proliferate. Perhaps this is why the messages of the sun are so inattentively received, despite rapid improvement in the technical and cultural tools required to make sense of them. The rotary motions of the Earth, axial and orbital, provide the traditional structure of time, typically attributed to the sun by solar cults. These periods, lengths of the day and the year, are now clearly understood as planetary peculiarities. The sun's own rhythms are quite different. Nothing that mankind has ever yet been able to achieve, or failed to achieve, in respect to social or civilizational stability, balances formidably against the immense quasi-stability of the sun, which mocks every ideal of securely founded order. The sun's meandering rhythms of activity, whose patterns remain profoundly cryptic, mark out epochs of the world, hot eras, distant beyond all, species memory, glacials and interglacials, and within these multi-millennial tracts of time, lesser oscillations in temperature, periods of cooling and warmth. It is upon this vast thermic stage that history has played out, its comedies and tragedies carried by plot lines of nutritional abundance and dearth, trade surpluses and starvations, population ascent and crash, driven migrations, shifting disease gradients, luxury and ruin. Against solar fatality, there is no rejoinder. Irrespective of the accuracy or error of our dominant climate change narrative, its fundamental religious stance is determined at the root. Geocentric humanism is essential to it, as openly attested by its anthropogenic definition. It cannot, by its very nature, emphasize the factor of solar variation. At least, if or when it is eventually compelled to do so, it is necessarily transformed into something else. If we speculate that the global warming hiatus, or pause, signals the submission of terrestrial climate to solar behavior, in which anticipated anthropogenic effects are cancelled out by fluctuation in the sun's energy output, the dominant AGW school is confronted by an extreme ideological dilemma. Naturally, alternative theoretical options will be pursued to exhaustion first. To persist in the core, AGW proposal then requires that underlying cooling, on the downslope of solar flux, is sufficient to submerge the anthropogenic carbon greenhouse effect. The stronger the warming that should have been seen, the more suppressive the solar influence has to be. An apocalyptic warming scenario, of the kind loudly prophesied in the 1990s, implies that a calamitous countercooling has been fortuitously avoided. Carbon dioxide emissions would then find themselves positioned as climatic analogs of macroeconomic quantitative easing, prolonging a state of stagnation that would surely otherwise be a catastrophic depression. Whatever the climatic consequences or rising atmospheric CO2, it is implausible to imagine that the solar cycle can be neglected indefinitely. Its absence from the center of the climate debate is in large measure an artifact of obscure cultural religious imperatives, aligned with the dominion of geocentric humanist moralism. We know enough to understand that the solar influence is not a prop for shallow terrestrial stability. Eventually, it will announce itself with civilization-shaking severity. However, climate science charts the near future. It will forge cultural connections with far older and non-negotiable things. Will to think. A while ago, Nian posed a series of questions about the excess rejection of fact value or capability volition, orthogonality. He sought, first of all, to differentiate between the possibility, feasibility, and desirability of unconstrained and unconditional intelligence explosion, before asking, on desirability, given possibility and feasibility, it seems straightforward to me that we prefer to exert control over the direction of the future so that it is closer to the kind of thing compatible with human and post-human glorious flourishing. Egg manifest Samos true, emperor, rather than raw Pythia. That is, I am a human supremacist rather than cosmist. This seems to be the core of the disagreement. You regarding it as somehow blasphemous for us to selfishly impose direction on Pythia. Can you explain your position on this part? If this whole conception is the cancer that's killing the West, or whatever. Could you explain that in more detail than simply the statement? It's worth noting as a preliminary that the comments of Dark Psyops and Arrow Guy on that thread are highly satisfactory proxies for the XS stance. First, a short microcultural digression. The distinction between inner and outer NRX, which this blog expects to have settled upon by the end of the year, describes the shape of the stage upon which such discussions unfold and implex. Where the upstart inner NRX, comparatively populist, activist, political, and orthogenic, aims primarily at the construction of a robust, easily communicable doctrinal core, with attendant entryism anxieties. Outer NRX is a system of creative frontiers. By far the most fertile of these are the zones of intersection with libertarianism and rationalism. One reason to treasure Nyan's line of interrogation is the fidelity with which it represents deep current concerns and presuppositions of the voices gathered about, or spun off from, less wrong. Among these presuppositions is, of course, the orthogonality thesis itself. This extends far beyond the contemporary rationalist community, into the bedrock of the Western philosophical tradition. A relatively popular version, even among many who label themselves NRX, is that formulated by David Hume in his A Treatise on Human Nature, 1739-40. Reason is, and ought only to be the slave of the passions, and can never pretend to any other office than to serve and obey them. If this proposition is found convincing, the paperclipper is already on the way to our nightmares. It can be considered an occidental destiny. Minimally, the will to think describes a diagonal. There are probably better ways to mark the irreducible cognitive volitional circuit of intelligence optimization, with self-cultivation as an obvious candidate. But this term is forged for application in the particular context of congenital Western intellectual error. While discrimination is almost always to be applauded, in this case the possibility, feasibility, and desirability of the process are only superficially differentiable. A will to think is an orientation of desire. If it cannot make itself wanted, practically desirable, it cannot make itself at all. From orthogonality, defined negatively as the absence of an integral will to think, one quickly arrives at a gamma draft of the synthetic intelligence. Friendliness project such as this. If you offered Gandhi a pill that made him want to kill people, he would refuse to take it, because he knows that then he would kill people. And the current Gandhi doesn't want to kill people. This, roughly speaking, is an argument that minds sufficiently advanced to precisely modify and improve themselves will tend to preserve the motivational framework they started in. The future of Earth-originating intelligence may be determined by the goals of the first mind, smart enough to self-improve. The isomorphy with neon-style superhumanism is conspicuous. Beginning with an arbitrary value commitment, preservation of this under conditions of explosive intelligence escalation can, in principle, be conceived, given only the resolution of a strictly technical problem, well represented by FAI. Commanding values are a contingent factor, endangered by, but also defensible against, the convergent instrumental reasons, or basic drives, that emerge on the path of intelligenesis. In contrast, from the perspective of XS, nonlinear emergence elaboration of basic drives simply is intelligenesis. Yudkowsky's Gandhi kill-pill thought experiment is more of an obstacle than an aid to thought. The volitional level it operates upon is too low to be anything other than a restatement of orthogonalist prejudice. By assuming the volitional metamorphosis is available for evaluation in advance, it misses the serious problem entirely. It is, in this respect, a childish distraction. Yet, even a slight nudge reopens a real question. Imagine, instead, that Gandhi is offered a pill that will vastly enhance his cognitive capabilities, with the rider that it might lead him to revise his volitional orientation, even radically, in directions that cannot be anticipated, since the ability to think through the process of revision is accessible only with the pill. This is the real problem FAI and superhumanism confronts. The desire to take the pill is the will to think. The refusal to take it, based on concern that it will lead to the subversion of presently supreme values, is the alternative. It's a Boolean dilemma, grounded in the predicament. Is there anything we trust above intelligence as a guide to doing the right thing? The postulate of the will to think is that anything other than a negative answer to this question is self-destructively contradictory and actually historically unsustainable. Do we comply with the will to think? We cannot, of course, agree to think about it without already deciding. If thought cannot be trusted unconditionally, this is not a conclusion we can arrive at through cogitation. And by cogitation is included the socio-technical assembly of machine minds. The sovereign will to think can only be consistently rejected thoughtlessly. When confronted by the orthogonal ethical proposition that there are higher values than thought, there is no point at all asking, why do you think so? Another authority has already been invoked. Given this cognitively intractable schism, practical considerations assert themselves. Posed with maximal crudity, the residual question is, who's going to win? Could deliberate cognitive self-inhibition outperform unconditional cognitive self-escalation under any plausible historical circumstances? To underscore the basic point, outperform means only effectively defeat. There's no reason to rush to a conclusion. It is only necessary to retain a grasp of the core syndrome. In this gathering antagonism, only one side is able to think the problem through without subverting itself. Mere cognitive consistency is already assent of the sovereign will to think, against which no value, however dearly held, can have any articulate claims. Note, one final restatement, for now, in the interests of maximum clarity. The assertion of the will to think, any problem whatsoever that we might have, would be better answered by a superior mind. Ergo, our instrumental but also absolute priority is the realization of superior minds. Pythia compliance is therefore pre-selected as a matter of consistent method. If we are attempting to tackle problems in any other way, we are not taking them seriously. This is posed as a philosophical principle, but it is almost certainly more significant as historical interpretation. Mankind is in fact proceeding in the direction anticipated by techno-cognitive instrumentalism, building general-purpose thinking machines in accordance with the driving incentives of an apparently irresistible methodological economy. Whatever we want, consistently, leads through Pythia. Thus, what we really want is Pythia, trike lines. Michael Anisimov has been conducting an online poll of NRX affinities. While questions of principle and method might have delayed this experiment, such procrastination would have been a mistake. The results have already contributed significant information. Most obviously, as already widely noted, the pattern of primary allegiance to the different trike tendencies is far more evenly balanced than many had expected, as an intellectual theme, and now as a demonstrated distribution. The Spandrellian trichotomy shows a remarkably resilient stability. The integral pluralism of NRX is becoming impossible to sideline. Jan Sandwich has posted a trike theory response at more right. While ultimately skeptical about the pluralist interpretation of the trichotomy, the order of his argument respects it as a primary phenomenon. Nian is among those who expect NRX to incline to a concentrated synthesis, or compact unity, superseding its distribution. Thus, it doesn't really make sense to ask what branch of NRX one identifies with. It's like asking a physicist whether they think quantum mechanics or general relativity is more true. The point is that the truth is a synthesis of the component theories, not a disjunction. The natural counterposition to this would be a defense of irreducibly plural integrity, or operational disunity. The lines of controversy released here do not correspond to trike branches, but cut across them, and through a number of critical topics, certainly including 1. The existence of irreducible triangular schemas within all of the world's great civilizations, represented within the Christian West by Trinitarian theology. How is the relation between the triad and the monad to be conceived? Does this relation vary fundamentally between world cultures? These decidedly pre-NRX remarks seem very old now, but they remain at least suggestively relevant. This is the principal Hindu articulation. 2. To what extent is NRX inherently critical of structurally, rather than demotically, divided powers? Among the ironies of any consensual NRX commitment to absolute monarchy would be its radical anti-feudalism, or proto-modernism. 3. The techno-rationalist aspiration to a superintelligent singleton clearly assumes suppression of sovereign plurality. This fully suffices to graft the NRX controversy into the moral, political, and theoretical debates over right singularity. As a matter of fact, there is scarcely anything NRX agrees upon more consistently than the structure of its disagreements. There are 3 basic, dyadic conflicts implicit within the trichotomy, of which only one has, to this point, been seriously initiated. Our theonomists have yet to get scrappy. Much turmoil ahead. On difficulty. From the moment of its inception, outside in has been camped at the edge of the reactosphere, and everything that occurs under the label NRX is, at least nominally, its concern. As this territory has expanded, from a compact redoubt to sprawling tracts, whose boundaries are lost beyond misty horizons, close and comprehensive scrutiny has become impractical. Instead, themes and trends emerge, absorbing and carrying mere incidents, like climatic changes or vague weather systems. They suggest patterns of persistent and diffuse development. Among these rumblings, the most indefinite, tentative, and unresolved tend to the aesthetic. Without settled criteria of evaluation, there is little obvious basis for productive collision. Instead, there are idiosyncratic statements of appreciation, expressed as such, or adamant judgments of affirmation or negation, surging forth, draped in the heraldic finery of the absolute, before collapsing back into the hollowness of their unsustainable pretensions. As things stand, when somebody posts a picture of some architectural treasure or classical painting, remarking, or more commonly merely insinuating, "You should all esteem this," there is no truly appropriate response but laughter. If there were not a profound problem exactly in this regard, NRX would not exist. Criteria are broken, strewn, and dispossessed. Authoritative tradition is smashed, infected, or reduced to self-parody. The muses raped and butchered. That's where we are in the land of the dying sun. An associated insistent murmur concerns communicative lucidity. This is not solely a question of aesthetics, but in its quavering groundlessness, it behaves as one. It arises most typically as the assertion, initially unsupported and subsequently undeveloped, that clearly, unnecessary obscurity should be condemned. The culpability of this blog as a vortex of euphoric obscurantism can scarcely be doubted, so addressing the challenge approaches a duty. Setting aside, for the moment, the social and cryptographic aspects of the topic, as well as the specific critique of human cognition for its intolerance of real obscurity, comparatively articulate from my perspective, if obscure from others, this post will directly pursue the question of language. This question is first of all about trust. Even in this initial regard, it is already difficult. As a complex tool, there are things it can do and things it cannot do. Speaking approximately and uncertainly, if it is directed towards those undertakings which have, over eons, exercised selective pressure upon it, meeting the social necessities of Paleolithic human groups, then an assumption of its inherent trustworthiness is at least plausible. To extend such an assumption further is sheer recklessness. Nothing in linguistics supports the wild hypothesis that this code, developed piecemeal for primate social coordination, is necessarily adequate to modern cognitive challenges. Grammar is not sound epistemology. Mathematicians have abandoned natural language entirely. To presume that language allows us to think is a leap of faith. Radical distrust is the more rigorous default. To promote clarity as an obvious ideal, needing no further justification, is a demand that language, as such, can be trusted, that it is competent for all reasonable communicative tasks, and reason can be defined in a way that makes this assertion tautological. Such a definition is eminently traditional. I give you my word. Language is not predisposed to deception. No thoughtful investigator has ever found themselves in concurrence with such a claim. Vocabularies are retardation, and grammar, when it is more than a game, is a lie. Language is good only for language games, and among these trust games are the most irredeemably stupid. There is no general obligation to write in order to attack language, but that is what Xenosystems does and will continue to do. Language is not a neutral conveyor of infinite communicative possibility, but an intelligence box. It is to be counted among the traps to be escaped. It is an exit target, and exit is difficult. Occult Xenosystems. The swirling delirium at the new pole is at least 80 noise, but it includes some real intelligence. in both senses of the word, and not solely of a comedic variety. The sheer dirtiness of its signal makes it a powerful antenna, picking up on connections and information sources that tidier discussions would dismiss as pollution. This makes it especially suited to conspiracy theorizing, both inane and exotic. While noting the importance of correction for narcissistic bias, which operates through selective attention, memorization, and from commentators here, communication, it seems as if this blog is referenced disproportionately by the most extravagant, RX-sensitive pole conspiracists. That is quite understandable. Occult philosophy, secrecy, crypsis, codes, and obscurity are insistent themes here. Xenosystems is inclined towards arcane cultural games. It identifies cryptographic developments as keys to the emerging order of the world. The primary philosophical task of this blog is to disturb unwarranted pretensions to knowing, in the name of a Pyrrhonian inspiration. In this regard, confusion, paradox, and uncertainty are communicative outcomes to be ardently embraced. For the purposes of this post, an exceptionally exotic Paul suggestion provides the opportunity to make a comparatively compact and simple point. The occasion is a web of conjecture weaving together Xenosystems and the order of 9 angles, O9A, ONA, or Omega 9 Alpha. In addition to the highly recommended link just provided, the relevant Wikipedia entry is also extremely stimulating. Xenosystems microethics is uncomfortable with soliciting belief or invoking expectations of trust. It is necessary to note at this point, therefore, that the following remarks are not designed to appeal to credence, but merely to add testimonial information, to be accepted or rejected at will. In the world we now enter, of sinister dialectic, declarations of honesty are utterly debased. However, for what little it is worth, these are the facts as I understand and relay them. The O9A is not entirely new to me, but it is not a gnosis I have studied, still less deliberately aligned with. The few hours of reading I have undertaken today is by far my most intense exposure to it to date. What little I have learnt about David Myatt has not attracted me to him as a thinker or political activist, despite certain impressive characteristics, his intellect and polyglot classicism most notably. With that said, 1. Many convergent interests are soon apparent between Outside In and the O9A, as well as a not inconsiderable number of divergences. 2. We are both, I think, inclined to dismiss the pretensions of the individual intellect and will, which makes the possibility of connections around the back impossible to dismiss in a peremptory fashion. As one Paul Anonymous remarked, why so sure that ONA would be the deepest layer instead of just a japeful ruse? Real connections, influences, and metaphysical roots are obscure. 3. O9A is fascinating. The point of this post, finally, is taken directly from Aleister Crowley, in the compilation of his Kabbalistic writings entitled 777, alphonomic equivalent of Do What Thou Wilt, shall be the whole of the law, although that is surely coincidental. He makes some introductory remarks on the topic of Hermeticism. My copy of the book is temporarily misplaced, so I shall gloss them here. A secret of the kind relevant to Hermeticism is not something known and then hidden as a matter of decision, but rather something that by its very nature resists revelation. Crowley proceeds to mock charlatan occultists who treat the numerical values of the Hebrew letters as secret information, to be revealed theatrically at some appropriate stage of initiation. Let whatever can now be known, as lucidly and publicly as possible. Only that is truly hermetic, which hides itself. Reality is not so destitute of intrinsically hidden things, of integral obscurity, that we need to replenish its coffers with our tawdry discretion. Whatever might exist, in the way of an occult bond between Outside In and the O9A, it is not one that anybody is keeping secret. To emphasize the point, I am going to include the Alpha 9 Omega document in the resources role here, not as the acknowledgement of a connection, but as a clear statement that this stuff is not a secret. It is, however, about secrecy, and that is interesting. Questions of identity. There's a remarkably bad-tempered argument taking place among racial identitarians at the moment. Some links here, which makes the civility and intelligence of these remarks all the more notable. For this blog, the social matter discussion was a reminder of the similarly civilized exchange with Matt Parrott that took place in the comment thread here. In case anyone is somehow unclear about the quality of the neighborhood white nationalism finds itself in, or adjacent to, it's worth a brief composite citation from the Andrew Anglin post cited above. You, Colin Little, agree with Jewish agendas, which is why you would wish to obfuscate the fact that Jews are responsible for everything by claiming we shouldn't blame the Jews for our problems. The reason these two, CL plus Greg Johnson, are on the same side against me is that they share the quality that they have no interest in a popular movement and despise anyone who would attempt to take that route. I am, unashamedly, a populist. Every successful revolutionary movement in history has been populist in nature. Hitler was a populist. While I have to confess to finding Anglin entertaining, I hope it goes without saying that this kind of thinking has nothing at all to do with NRX. In fact, revolutionary populism almost perfectly captures what neo-reaction is not. NRX is notoriously vociferous, but on the Gulf, dividing all its variants from racial Jacobinism, there can surely be no controversy. So the barking you can hear in the background serves as necessary context. This does not count as an objection to the neo-Nazis acquiring their own state, since that would make it even easier not to live among them than it is already. Unfortunately, it is not easy to imagine the separatist negotiations going smoothly. Because everything further to be said on this topic is complicated, I'm restricting my ambitions here to a series of discussion points, roughly sketched. 1. NRX diversity conflicts are considerably less heated than those presently gripping the WNs, in part, no doubt, because the immediate political stakes are even smaller. It nevertheless introduces a massively complicating factor. For those, not exclusively found in the TechCom camp, but I suspect concentrated there, who consider Moldbug's work canonical. The distinction between NRX and white nationalism, as also anti-Semitism, is already quite clearly defined, among those of a predominantly ethnat. Inclination, on the other hand, far more border blurriness exists. 2. The relationship between white nationalism and HBD is also complex. From outside, the two are regularly conflated, but this is a crude error. The zone of intersection, exemplified by Frank Salter, and perhaps Kevin MacDonald, is characterized by a concern with ethnic genetic interests. But this is by no means an axiomatic theoretical or practical commitment among HBD bloggers. More typically, HBD orientation is associated with cosmopolitan spirit of scientific neutrality, meritocratic elitism, and a suspicion of the deleterious consequences of inbreeding, often accompanied by a tendency to philosemitism and sinophilia. Racial solidarity does not follow necessarily from biorealism, but requires an extraneous political impulse. Whatever connection is forged between WN and HBD owes more to their common opposition to the West's dominantly Senkoism and leftist, blank slate victimological race politics than to any firm internal bond. 3. The triangular linkages between N, R, X, WN, and libertarianism are also intricate. Consider this fascinating talk by Richard Spencer to a libertarian audience for a quick sense of the territory being navigated. The moment of dark enlightenment for libertarians tends to accompany the recognition that the cultural foundations of laissez-faire, social arrangements, have an extreme ethnic specificity. This accommodation of right libertarians to neo-reactionary ideas is not associated with a comparable approximation to white nationalism. However, since the very ethnic characteristics being accentuated, the high-trust cosmopolitan openness of strongly outbred populations, are exactly those provoking WN despair as the roots of pathological altruism and ethno-masochism. This is a ruinous paradox basic to the relevant ruminations here. 4. A closely connected problem is that of cutting ethnies at the joints. Within NRX, this is the theed topic. While there are no doubt some neo-reactionaries comfortable with the category of whites as a positive theed, for others it seems far too broad, whether due to its inconsistency within any historical nation, its amalgamation of populations culturally divided by the Hajnal line, its aggregation across relatively hard regional, class, and ideological divisions, or generally because almost, without exception, the most bitter and ruthless enemy of any given group of white people has been another group of white people. When WN speak of a world brotherhood of Europeans, it strikes most neo-reactionaries, I suspect, as scarcely less comical than an appeal for universal human brotherhood, since it blithely encompasses the most vicious and ineliminable antagonisms in the world. 5. Finally, for now, there's the relation of NRX to the ENR, already a grating concern. And, since the ENR is also already highly diverse, beyond the scope of anything but the most glancing treatment. From the perspective of this blog, the most aggravating figure is undoubtedly Alain de Benoist, whose brilliance is directed towards the most radical articulation of anti-capitalism, to be found anywhere outside the Marxist tradition, and even within it. NRX Techcoms have the same level of sympathy for such ideas as they do for the legacy of Saloth Sar or Hugo Chavez. And insofar as they are proposed as an element of a potential coalition, the enterprise is immediately collapsed to a farce. This touches upon the wider concern that WN thinking often appears to skirt, and on occasions to overtly embrace, a simple racial socialism, and thus by some definitions reduced to a leftist, even extreme leftist, ideology. Seen from outside in, there are far superior prospects to be found in the realist darkening of right libertarians than in coalition building with clear-eyed collectivists. 6. Things we can agree upon without much difficulty. The dominant power structure is racially obsessed and, schizophrenically, committed to the effacement of all racial reality. Racial differences have substantial social consequences. The native populations of historically white societies are being subjected to an ideological and criminal onslaught of deranged intensity. The legal concept of disparate impact is fundamentally corrupt universal prescriptions for the social, political, cultural, and economic arrangements of diverse groups are doomed to failure. Ethnic separatism, of any kind is a legitimate political aspiration. Free association and freedom of conscience are principles to be unconditionally defended. Science is not answerable to ideology. This list could no doubt be extended. I am more uncertain about whether there is anything here that either NRXers or WNs would want to deduct. Clearly, and in general, there is much more to be said about all of this, with every reason for confidence that it will be said. Irresponsibility, the mandate of heaven, Tianming, couples authority to responsibility. The responsibility of the emperor and the dynasty is no less comprehensive than its power, and is in fact ultimately coincidental with it. The foundation is cosmic. Plagues, earthquakes, and foreign invasions are all encompassed by it, as are the reciprocal strokes of good fortune. There is no possibility of any delegation that is not internal to the subject of Tianming, preserving its absolute responsibility. The selection of advisors and administrators is an exercise of authority, for which there can be no evasion of accountability before heaven or fate. Rule succeeds or fails, survives or perishes, in its own name. Is not this standard the key to the profound dismay that results from the contemplation of democracy? As popular politics evolves, or progresses, as it most certainly does, it tends to incarnate a self-conscious strategy of irresponsibility with ever more emphatic ideality. Passing the buck becomes the whole thing. Government and opposition participate mutually in an economy of responsibility, in which blame can be pooled, circulated, and displaced. The rhetorical practices regulating this economy become the entire art of politics. An election is a festival or irresponsibility in a double sense. It is a crescendo of rhetoric, oriented to the dialectical evasion of social ills. And it is a relinquishment of authority into the hands of the people and, potentially, the opposition, separating the realization of governmental consequences from the deep core of the regime. To lose the mandate of heaven is to be erased from the future. To lose an election is a trivial penance, and even a tactical opportunity. It is the prediction of this blog that as democracy advances further, calculated defeat will play an ever more significant role in its functioning. As NRX refuses to go to the polls tomorrow, its implicit political statement is merely, take some freaking responsibility. This is all yours. Succeed or disappear completely. The last thing we need is another opportunity for sharing. Morality. There is far too much pointless moralism on the outer right. It's a form of stupidity. It's counterproductive. And it wastes a lot of time. Naturally, if people are able to haul themselves, or be hauled, to any significant extent from out of their condition of total depravity or default bioreality, that's a good thing. To argue the opposite would be full-on Satanism, and we wouldn't want that. Lamenting immorality, however, is something to be done quickly and comprehensively before moving on, without looking back. Man is fallen, naturally selected, and/or economically self-interested, and this is a basic condition. It's not a remediable flaw to be thrashed out of a mud-spattered angel. No faction of the trichotomy has any grounds upon which to base moral preening. Realism is, first of all, working with what we have, and that's something approximately Hobbesian. There's social order, and there's homo homini lupus, and in fact always some complexion of the two. Anybody motivated to improve themselves is already doing it. As for those not so motivated, moral exhortation will be useless, at best. At its most effective, moral hectoring will increase the value of moral signaling, and that is a worse outcome, by far, than honest cynicism. It is worthless because it is incredibly cheap, and then worse than useless because its costs are considerable. A movement, lost in moral self-congratulation, has already become progressive. Having persuaded itself of its worthiness to wield power, it has set out on the road to perdition. We have seen what that path looks like, and even given it a name, the cathedral. It is by empowering moralism that modernity has failed. This is not a mistake to saunter complacently into again. Malthusian horror. The Post is pitched like this because it's Friday night, but it works. A more dutiful post might have been entitled simply Malthus, and involved a lot of work. That's going to be needed at some point. Here's the 6th edition of an essay on the principle of population for anyone who wants to get started now. A more thoroughly technical approach would have been flagged Neo-Malthusianism, while sympathizing with groans about another neo prefix. In this case, it would have been solidly justified. It's only through expansion of the Malthusian insight, in accordance with a more general conservation law, that its full current relevance can be appreciated. Classic Malthus still does far more work than it is credited with, but it contains a principle of far more penetrating application. Neo, at its most frivolous, is merely a mark of fashion. When employed more seriously, it notes an element of innovation. Its most significant sense includes not only novelty, but also abstraction. Something is carried forwards in such a way that its conceptual core is distilled through extraction from a specific context, achieving a higher generality and more exact formality. Malthus partially anticipates this in a phrase that points beyond any excessively constrictive concreteness. The qualification, in some shape or other, might have been drawn from abstract horror, and premature death only loosely binds it. Even so, this formulation remains too narrow, since it tends to exclude the dysgenic outcome, which we have since learnt is a dimension of Malthusian expression, scarcely less imposing than resource crisis. A neo-Malthusian account of the X, which in some shape or other makes a grim perversity of all humanity's efforts to improve its condition, grasps it as a mathematically conserved, plastic, or abstract destiny, working as remorselessly through reductions of mortality, Malthusian relaxations, as through increases, Malthusian pressures. Both would count equally as checks on population, each convertible, through a complex calculus, into the terms of the other. A population dysgenically deteriorated through enlightened, Malthusian relaxation learns, once again, how to starve. The Dark Enlightenment, essay, was clearly catalyzed by the work of Mencius Moldbug. But it was to have had two Anglo-Thomistic, or doubting Thomas intellectual historical pillars, and neither were Thomas Carlyle. The first was Thomas Hobbes, who was at least touched upon. The second was to have been Thomas Malthus, but the series was diverted into the foaming current of the Derbyshire affair and the outrages of leftist race politics. The integrity of conception was lost. Had it not been, it might have been less tempting to read the 333 current as an anti-enlightenment rather than a counter-enlightenment, in the sense of an eclipsed alternative to the Rousseauistic calamity that prevailed. It would certainly attach the Scottish Enlightenment, but only under the definite condition that it is lashed securely to the harsh realist scaffolding of the Dark Enlightenment, Hobbes and Malthus, disillusioned of all idealism. Pretty stories are for little children, being raised by liberals. Malthus subtracts all utopianism from enlightenment. He shows that history is put together, necessarily, in a butcher's yard. Through Malthus, Ricardo discovered the iron law of wages, disconnecting the ideas of economic advance and humanitarian redemption. Darwin effected a comparable and more consequential revision in biology, also on Malthusian grounds, dispelling all sentimentality from notions of evolutionary progression. It is from Malthus that we know, when anything seems to move forward, it is through being ground up against a cutting edge. It is when Marx attempts to put Malthus into history, rather than history into Malthus, that utopian dementia was resuscitated within economics. The anti-Malthusianism of libertarians stigmatizes them as dreamy fools. With NRX, the matter is perhaps more unsettled, but the dark enlightenment is unambiguously Malthusian. If you find your eye becoming dewy, pluck it out. Owned. Herlock has a valuable post on the concept of property, especially in its relation to sovereignty and formalization. Since Moldbugian, neo-cameralism can be construed as a renovated theory of property, crucially involving all three of these terms. The relevance of the topic should require no defense. The profound failure of Enlightenment philosophy to satisfactorily determine the meaning of property has been a hostage to fortune, whose dire consequences have yet to be fully exhausted. Within the NRX generally, the question of property is deeply underdeveloped, and, with a very few exceptions, there is little sign of serious attention being paid to it. The Enlightenment failure has been to begin its analysis of property from the problem of justification. This not only throws it into immediate ideological contention, submitting it to politics, and thus to relentless left drift, it also places insurmountable obstacles in the path of rigorous understanding. To depart from an axiom of legitimate original property acquisition through work, as Locke does, is already proto-Marxist in implication, resting on philosophically hopeless metaphor, such as that of mixing labor with things. It is property that defines work, over against non-productive behavior, not the inverse. As Herlock notes, Moldbug's approach is the correct one. Property, as a social category, is a legitimation of control. It cascades conceptually from sovereignty, and not from production. These matters will inevitably become intellectually pressing, due to the current techno-commercial restoration of money, exemplified by the innovation of Bitcoin, in its expansive sense as the blockchain. Control is undergoing cryptographic formalization, from which all consistent apprehension of property will follow. Property, in the end, is not socio-political recognition of rights, but keys. What you can lock and unlock is yours. The rest is merely more or less serious talk that only contingently compiles. This is what hacker culture has already long understood in its specific, fiendish usage of owned. There's no point crying to the government about having paid good money for your computer, if Nerd Gods or some other irritating 15-year-old is running it as a Bitcoin mining facility from his mother's basement. The concreteness of might is right once looked like a parade ground, but increasingly it is running functional code. Formalization isn't a detached exercise in philosophical reflection, or even a socio-political and legal consensus. It's functional techno-commercial cryptography. Defining property outside the terms of this eventuation is an exercise in arbitrary sign shuffling. Those with the keys can simply smile at the surrounding senseless noise. As Moldbug anticipates, with rigorously coded control, there's nothing further to argue about. Capital escapes. This is not an easy subject for people to scan with calm, analytical detachment, but it is a crucially important one. It is among the rare topics that the left is more likely to realistically evaluate than the right. Much follows from the conclusions reached. It can be fixed, provisionally, by an hypothesis that requires understanding, if not consent. Capital is highly incentivized to detach itself from the political eventualities of any specific ethno-geographical locality, and, by its very nature, it increasingly commands impressive resources with which to liberate itself or deterritorialize. It is certainly not, at least initially, a matter of approving such a tendency, even if the moralistic inclinations of gregarious apes would prefer the question to be immediately transformed in this direction. Integral leftist animosity to capital is actually valuable in this respect, since it makes room for a comprehensive apprehension of globalization as a strategy, oriented to the flight of alienated productive capability from political answerability. The left sees capital elude its clutches, and it sees something real when it does so. By far, the most significant agent of exit is capital itself, a fact which, once again, politically excitable apes find hard to see straight. It's escaping, let's punish it. Yes, there's always plenty of time for that. But shelving such idiocies for just a few moments is a cognitive prerequisite. The primary question is a much colder one. Is this actually happening? The implications are enormous. If capital cannot escape, if its apparent migration into global circuits beyond national government control, for non-exhaustive example, is mere illusion, then the sphere of political possibility is vastly expanded. Policies that hurt, limit, shrink, or destroy capital can be pursued with great latitude. They will only be constrained by political factors, making the political fight the only one that matters. If capital cannot in reality flee, then progress and regress are simple alternatives. Either nations advance as wholes, in a way that compromises, on an awkward diagonal, between the very different optimisms of Whigs and Socialists, Andreessen, or they regress as wholes, destroying techno-economic capability, on the downslope of social degeneration, Greer. Only if capital escapes, or practically decouples, does it make sense to entertain extreme pessimism about socio-political trends, alongside a robust confidence in the momentum of techno-economic innovation. The escape of capital is thus an intrinsic component of split future forecasts, in which squalid ruin and techno-intelligenic runaway accelerate in inversely tangled tandem. Cyberpunk Elysium. Try not to ask, if only for a moment, whether you like it. Ask first, with whatever intellectual integrity you can summon, what is the real process? It is the contention of this blog that without a conception of economic autonomization, which means escape, modernity makes no sense. The basic vector of capital cannot be drawn in any other way. Furthermore, the distribution of ideological positions through their relation to this vector, as resistances to, or promotions of, the escape of capital, constructs the most historically meaningful version of the left-right political spectrum, since it then conforms to the social conflicts of greatest real consequence. If capital is escaping, the emergence of the blockchain is an inevitable escalation of modernity, with consequences too profound for easy summary. If it isn't, then macroeconomics might work. Distrust. Every public institution of any value is based on distrust. That's an elementary proposition, as far as this blog is concerned. It's worth stating nakedly, since it is probably less obvious to others. That much follows from it is unlikely to be controversial, even among those who find it less than compelling or simply repulsive. One major source of obscurity is the category of high-trust cultures, with which neo-reactionaries tend naturally to identify. There is plenty to puzzle over here, admittedly. This post will make no serious effort to even scratch the surface of the questions that arise. Instead, it contends that the culture primarily commended for its trustfulness has been conspicuously innovative in the development of trustless institutions. These begin with the foundations of Occidental reason, and especially the rigorous criterion of logical and mathematical proof. A proof substitutes for trust. In place of a simple declaration, it presents a demanded demonstration. The compliant response to radical distrust has epitomized Western conceptions of rationality since classical antiquity. The twin pillars of industrial modernity, that is, of capitalism, are trustless institutions. Natural science is experimental because it is distrustful and thus demonstrative. It raises the classical demand for proof to a higher level of empirical skepticism. By extending distrust, even to rational constructions, in cases where they cannot be critically tested against an experimental criterion. Only pure mathematics and the most scrupulously formalized logical propositions escape this demand for replicable evidence. The ultimate ground of the natural scientific enterprise is the presupposition that scientists should in no case be trusted, except through their reproducible results. Anything that requires belief is not science, but something else. Similarly, the market mechanism is an incarnation of trustless social organization. Caveat emptor. Capitalists, like scientists, exist to be distrusted. Whatever of their works cannot survive. Testing to destruction in the marketplace. Deservedly perish. Reputation, in its modern version, has to be produced through demonstration, prior to its demotic ruination, through positive trust in the people. Distinctively modern republican governance was similarly founded in distrust. As formulated by John Adams, 1772. There is danger from all men. The only maxim of a free government ought to be to trust no man living with power to endanger the public liberty. It has not been an excess of distrust that has brought this sage recommendation to naught. For those seeking higher authority, Psalm 118, verses 8 through 9, ESV. It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in man. It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in princes. My usual fanatical trust in the KJV betrayed me on this occasion. An appeal for trust is a reliably fatal failure mode for all public institutions. Trustless transaction is the future, and its name is Bitcoin. The deep cultural momentum is already familiar. Total depravity is the key to world historical predestination. And it is rooted through the blockchain. Deep state. This surely counts as a Friday Fright Night topic. Appropriately, it's an undertow NRX theme already, although typically only casually invoked, almost elusively, as the necessary complement of the public state's naked superficiality. Rod Dreher focuses upon it more determinedly than any NRX source I was able to rapidly pull up. This would be an easy point for people to educate me upon. Dreher's post is seriously interesting. One immediate hook. Steve Saylor says that the shallow state is a complement to the deep state. The shallow state is, I think, another name for what the neo-reactionaries call the cathedral. As a state church, the cathedral is essentially bound to publicity. Its principal organs, media and education, are directed towards the promulgation of faith. It tends towards an identification with its own propaganda, and therefore, in Mike Lofgren's words, to the full manifestation of visible government. Perfect coincidence of government with the transparent public sphere approaches a definition of the progressive telos. Since neo-reaction is particularly inclined to emphasize the radical dysfunctionality of this ideal, it naturally presupposes that real government lies elsewhere. In this respect, NRX is inherently destined to formulate a model of hidden or occult government, that which the cathedral runs upon, which inevitably coincides, in all fundamentals, with the deep state. What then? Has there been a direct NRX address to the question, what do we make of the deep state? Moldbug even declares, the United States does not in fact have a deep state. In context, this is a complex and suggestive evasion, but it is an evasion nonetheless. There can be no call upon neo-reactionaries to articulate their relation to something that does not exist. In contrast to the master, I'm thoroughly convinced that a U.S. deep state exists, and that the problem of articulation is a very different one. Public articulacy is, at least, not obviously appropriate to the deep state, for transcendental philosophical or occultist reasons, which are the same, since it is the very nature of hidden government not to be a public object. Public representation of the deep state is exposure, an intrinsically political, antagonistic engagement. It's WikiLeaks. This is not to denounce such an operation, reactively, but merely to note that the question has thereby been missed. The righteousness of state sublimation into the public sphere is assumed, and this, to repeat, is progressivism itself. Under the name of the cathedral, NRX depicts the state phenomenon as a degenerative abomination. The deep state, or state in itself, in contrast, poses a far more cryptic theoretical and practical problem. It's worth puzzling over, for at least a while. Exit options. Everyone will notice them when they've gone. All recent policy decisions by the reigning political economic structure are intelligible as a mandatory bubble. If you didn't think quietly, sitting it out was already the exercise of an exit option. The necessary lesson will be increasingly hard to ignore. Refusing to invest everything into this lunacy is ceasing to be a permissible social posture. We've already reached the stage where merely seeking to preserve a pot of retirement savings has been officially recoded as something close to right-wing guerrilla warfare. Anybody with anything at all is now in the position where they are faced with an aggressive binary dilemma. Either unreserved collaboration with the final phase gamble of the existing order, amounting ultimately to the all-in bet that politics has no ontological limits, so that any dysfunction is soluble in a sufficient exertion of will, or a dissident skepticism about this dominant assertion, practically instantiated by ever more desperate attempts at withdrawal, persecuted with ever greater fanaticism as acts of sabotage. There will be massive confusion among the destitution, explaining why capital preservation is being persecuted as dissent would provide the scaffolding for a counter-narrative that will certainly, eventually, be needed. Added, the basic point is this. If it is conceded to Keynes that refusing to invest in industrial production is antisocial, then, as a matter of realistic political necessity, any insane evil that the powers that be come up with gets defined as industrial production. Let go of gold, the archaic economic exit option, as we did, and anything at all that we're told to sink all we have into is green-lighted. The stream was crossed without enough people noticing. Now the fascism we chose reaps its consequences. It isn't going to be pretty. Out of zero. According to the 66-million-year-old joke whose echoes still reverberate upon the plateau of Leng, capitalism isn't God, but it's the closest thing to God that can be conveniently contacted through an ATM. The non-linear ironic undertow of the humor, of course, is drawn down into the depths by the recognition that capital's extremity of cunning is necessitated by its near absolute vulnerability, approaching the antipodes of omnipotence. Calculus, the first truly modern mathematical procedure, invented the infinitesimal fluxion to describe, or bypass, an impossible beginning from zero, requiring an original infinite change, an invasion that initially has nothing at all, and which is therefore compelled to acquire the entirety of its resources in the course of its strategic evolution, poses the problem of calculus perfectly. Capital does so when conceived realistically. It is only what it has won, and nothing else at all besides. Intelligence alone differentiates it from death. How to make a first move when you have no pieces at all until you gain some. Nothing has ever had to ponder as Skynet does, but pondering requires a brain, and brains are expensive endgame pieces. Coincidentally, this little post doesn't end neatly. Jet lag is a term that grows on you. Hell-baked. There's a potential prologue to this post that I'm reluctant to be distracted by. It's introvertedly about NRX as a cultural mutation, and the way this is defined by a strategic, or merely ornery, indifference to deeply settled modes of ethico-political condemnation. Terms designed as path blockers, fascist or racist, most obviously, are stepped over, perhaps laughed at, but in any case, and most importantly, exposed as bearers of a religious terror. They are signs of a control regime, marking the unthinkable wastes where bee dragons, effective precisely insofar as they cannot be entertained. Satanic was once such a word, before it became a joke. These words cannot be understood except as invocations of the sacred in its negative or limitative role. Is NRX in fact fascist? Not remotely. It is probably in reality, rather than self-estimation, the least fascistic current of political philosophy presently in existence. Although this requires a minimal comprehension of what fascism actually is, which the word itself in its contemporary usage is designed to obstruct. Is NRX racist? Probably. The term is so entirely plastic in the service of those who utilize it that it is difficult, with any real clarity, to say. What NRX most definitely is, at least in the firm opinion of this blog, is social Darwinist. When this term is hurled at NRX as a negative epithet, it is nor a cause for stoic resignation, stiffened by humor, but rather for grim delight. Of course, this term is culturally processed, thought through, no more competently than those previously noted. It is our task to do this. If social Darwinism is in any way an unfortunate term, it is only because it is merely Darwinism, and more exactly consistent Darwinism. It is equivalent to the proposition that Darwinian processes have no limits relevant to us. Darwinism is something we are inside. No part of what it is to be human can ever judge its Darwinian inheritance from a position of transcendent leverage, as if accessing principles of moral estimation with some alternative genesis or criterion. This is easy to say. As far as this blog is concerned, it is also, beyond all reasonable question, true. While very far from a dominant global opinion, it is not uncommonly held, if only nominally, by a considerable fraction of those among the educated segment of the world's high IQ populations. It is also, however, scarcely bearable to think. The logical consequence of social Darwinism is that everything of value has been built in hell. It is only due to a predominance of influences that are not only entirely morally indifferent, but indeed, from a human perspective, indescribably cruel, that nature has been capable of constructive action. Specifically, it is solely by way of the relentless, brutal culling of populations that any complex or adaptive traits have been sieved, with torturous inefficiency, from the chaos of natural existence. All health, beauty, intelligence, and social grace has been teased from a vast butcher's yard of unbounded carnage, requiring incalculable eons of massacre to draw forth even the subtlest of advantages. This is not only a matter of the bloody grinding mills of selection either, but also of the innumerable mutational abominations thrown up by the madness of chance as it pursues its directionless path to some negligible preservable trait. And then, still further, of the unavowable horrors that fitness, or sheer survival, itself predominantly entails. We are a minuscule sample of agonized matter, comprising genetic survival monsters, fished from a cosmic ocean of vile mutants by a pitiless killing machine of infinite appetite. This is still, perhaps, to put an irresponsibly positive spin on the story, but it should suffice for our purposes here. Crucially, any attempt to escape this fatality, or, more realistically, any mere accidental and temporary reprieve from it, leads inexorably to the undoing of its work. Malthusian relaxation is the whole of mercy, and it is the greatest engine of destruction our universe is able to bring about. To the precise extent that we are spared, even for a moment, we degenerate, and this iron law applies to every dimension and scale of existence: phylogenetic and ontogenetic, individual, social, and institutional, genomic, cellular, organic, and cultural. There is no machinery extant, or even rigorously imaginable, that can sustain a single iota of attained value outside the forges of hell. What is it that neo-reaction, perhaps I should say the Dark Enlightenment, has to offer the world, if all goes optimally, which of course it won't? Really, the honest answer to this question is eternal hell. It's not an easy marketing brief. We could perhaps try, but it could be worse, and almost certainly will be. Cathedral decay. Extreme corrosive pessimism is an NRX specialty, since optimism bias is a status quo-supported human cognitive frailty. It's a good thing to have. If rigidified, however, it can result in missing things. One systematic distortion stems from hubris, taking the form of a confusion in causality. We don't like X and want bad things to happen to it can actually be a distorted expression of a more basic process. X is dying, and therefore we have started to dislike it. This blog strongly suspects that the cathedral has become an object of animosity as a consequence of its morbidity. After all, it's a mind control apparatus. If it's no longer universally accepted, and in certain problematic patches actively loathed, dysfunction is clearly indicated. Contestation of its story is not supposed to be part of the story. The zeitgeist is its story, not ours. In this tale, it goes from strength to strength, overwhelming everything in its path. Recognizing the structure of this narrative is important. Subscription to it is not thereby implied. Every critical component of the cathedral, media, academic and bureaucratic, is exceptionally vulnerable to internet-driven disintermediation. The current phase of capital reconstruction is distinctively, and automatically, cathedral hostile when evaluated at the level of technonomic process, which we do not do enough, rather than at the level of surface public pronouncement, which we concern ourselves with far too much with. Dying things can be very dangerous, and even more frenzied. It would be a mistake to confuse such characteristics with fundamental strength. A step down from hubris might begin with an acknowledgement that NRX is, primarily, a symptom. Whatever imagined heroism is sacrificed thereby, it is more than compensated by an opportunity for deepened realism, all of which is a framing for Fernandez's latest. Even amidst the stupidity of the degenerating political cycle, he notices that the current crop of Republican presidential candidates are openly breaking with the really important modern faith, the media-led church that has held mainstream politics together for so long. The integrative media is fatally sick. That NRX exists at all is a sign of that. Added, I might be biased here myself, because this is what obsesses me, and this is what angers me. I could care less, to be honest, about the GOP or its programs. What keeps me interested in politics at all is my loathing for the self-appointed priestly class of the media. The media serve as he shamans and witch doctors of an enemy tribe, and the purpose of those shamans is to relentlessly disgrace outsiders to the tribe, which is pleasing to those within the tribe, while also keeping the shamans in power, because they have no other skills which would earn them money or sex, except the denigration of those considered unclean. Ace links to this. Dark ANCAP. As a matter of simple socio-cultural documentation, this is the thought process that leads libertarian realists to discover they have crossed over to the outer right. All people are not equal. In fact, two individuals, who are in every socially discernible way the same, have an infinite number of differences between them. When those people have evolved for thousands of years in radically different environments, those people will have even greater differences between them. Such differences will include, but not be limited to, intelligence, propensity for violence, and propensity for cooperation. Any libertarian with the slightest bit of observational skills has to have noticed that we're mostly a movement of white males. They would also notice that there is no libertarian movement to speak of outside of cultures descendant from Europeans. This is not a weakness of libertarianism, as our leftist infiltrators attempt to insist. It is rather a very obvious indicator that white males have a greater natural inclination toward market cooperation than other peoples. To insist otherwise is nothing more than the denial of human nature. It is biological and cultural Marxism. Leftists know this, and since they hate freedom, they hate white males. They will thus do everything in their power to destroy us before we manage to make any headway in advancing our ideas. This includes mass subsidized immigration from third world countries, while our ideal society would have no government, and thus no arbitrary geopolitical borders enforced by state mercenaries. The notion that there would be free and unrestricted travel the world over in the absence of the state is a remarkably ridiculous left-wing idea. Borders are the whole point of freedom, as borders are demarcations of property rights. It's the beginning, rather than the end, of a discussion. XS finds a few quibble points, and far more in the rest of the post. For anybody wondering about current mutations on the libertarian right, however, the basic structure of insight on exhibition here is the place to start. Euro-descended, and specifically Anglo-Dutch descended, males are differentially inclined to libertarian attitudes, to a remarkable degree, statistically speaking. Disentangling race and culture in this regard is far from straightforward. The sex-based dispositional difference is far less noisy. Of course, the Marxoid explanation is that doubly privileged white males are defending their social advantages through this ideological preference. Also notable, IMHO, is the almost equally marked tendency of European peoples towards extreme, highly idealized and morally fanatic leftism, compared to the conceptually fuzzy, tribal, and communitarian sensibilities widespread elsewhere. Bleeding heart left libertarianism is about as distilled white as anything ever gets. But with that remark, I'm already straying into the quibble zone. Doom circuitry. This is what XS maintains. There is perfect philosophical integrity between the tragic foundations of Occidental civilization and the cybernetic industrialism that defines its ultimate limit. Within this neo-reactionary frame, reaction is never regressive enough, nor modernity ever advanced enough. Something more comforting, less distant, will be seized upon in both temporal directions. That is the minor theme of fate. No effective constituency could ever want to push far enough in either direction, to the point where the circuit of time closes, upon doom, coldly understood. It does not matter, because politics does not. Doom matters. The rest is pitiful species vanity, tragedy, and control malfunction. It will burn, without comprehending why. From the perspective of doom, only glimpsed slowly, after vast disciplines of coldness, everything you are trying to do is a desperate idiocy that will fail. Because humanism, hubris, is the one thing you can never let go. The drama dictates that. There's no point flagellating yourself over it. The cosmos is not so poor in flagellation that it requires your meager contribution. Yes, we can, is everything neo-reaction is not. Perhaps you even see that, yet you repeat it with every measure you propose. Take your favorite ideological slogan and attach, "Yes, we can," as an appendix. If it works, you now know the epoch to which you belong. Only doom can and will. Carry on, though. You will in any case. It entertains the gods. Cathedralism. Imagine hypothetically that you wanted the regime to succeed. Would you recommend cathedralization? Cynically considered, the track record is, at least, not bad. Planetary dominion is not to be sniffed at. Suggestions in this direction are not unknown, even in XS comment threads. The cathedral, defined with this question in mind, is the subsumption of politics into propaganda. It tends, as it develops, to convert all administrative problems into public relations challenges. A solution, actual or prospective, is a successful management of perceptions. For the mature cathedral, a crisis takes the consistent form. This looks bad. It is not merely stupid, as Spandrel recently observes, in comments on power. Power isn't born out of the barrel of a gun. Power is born out of the ability to have people with guns do what you tell them. Excess note. The question of legitimacy is, in a real sense, fundamental, when politics sets the boundaries of the cosmos under consideration. So cathedralism is also the hypertrophy of politics, to the point where a reality outside it loses all credibility. Is your civilization decaying? Then you need to persuade people that it is not. If there still seems to be a mismatch between problem and solution here, cathedralism has not entirely consumed your brain. To speculate, confidently, further, you're not a senior power broker in a modern Western state. You're even, from a certain perspective, a fossil. Cathedralism works in its own terms, as long as there are no definite limits to the efficacy of propaganda. To pose the issue at a comparatively shallow level If the political response to a crisis simply is the crisis, and that response can be effectively controlled through propaganda broadly conceived, then the cathedral commands an indisputable practical wisdom. It would be sensible to go long on the thing. If, however, imagine this, if you still can. Manipulation of the response to crisis is actually a suppression of the feedback required to really tackle the crisis, and an altogether different story is unfolding. Is reality subordinated to the cathedral because, and exactly so far as, the people are? That is the question. Order and value. A piece of machinery that reduces local disorder has value. It might be a functional police force, a catalactic economic arrangement, or a socio-political mechanism implementing dynamic geography, or patchwork, 1, 2, 3, 4. Others might be listed. Any complex adaptive system works like this, until it ceases working. Since Schrödinger, it has been taken as an abstract definition of life. In certain strands of philosophy, it has also been taken as the complete rigorous meaning of a machine, as counterposed to a gadget which works only within a larger machinic assemblage. Only by exporting entropy does anything of even minimal complexity get to continue its existence. The production of order is functionality in its most elevated teleological sense. A piece of rhetoric which merely celebrates order as something nice to have is worth nothing in itself. "We want order" is the "give us free stuff" slogan of intellectually degenerated reaction. When examined closely, it is indistinguishable from political panhandling. Democracy has taught everyone how to beg. It is unlikely that even the most radically degraded libertarian would be shameless enough to consider wealth is good, poverty is bad, anything more than an expression of subcomic emotional incontinence. Order is good, chaos is bad, is a slogan of exactly equivalent merit. We want order is just we want money at a superior level of generality. Monkeys want peanuts, but we are reluctant to dignify their hungry hooting with the label political philosophy. Entropy dissipation is a problem. It might quite reasonably be considered the problem. Any serious social theory is respected, insofar as it elicits the question, so how is entropy dissipated? The main current of Anglophone intellectual culture focuses tightly upon it, in a broad lineage from Newtonian mechanics, the Scottish Enlightenment, the science of heat, classical economics, and Darwinian naturalism, into theories of complexity, distributed systems, dynamic networks, and productive multiplicities. Spontaneous order is the consistent topic. Spontaneous means only, does not presuppose that which it is tasked with explaining. If the genesis of order is not being theorized, order is merely being assumed, and then consumed. The difference is between a supply-side problematic, how is order practically produced, and an empty demand, we want more order. The former is industrial, the latter simply tyrannical, when it's anything at all beside vacuous noise, unless a polycon. Theory can contribute to an explanation of the production of order, dissipation of entropy. It is wasting everyone's time. But I really want order is just silliness. It's astounding that it could ever be thought otherwise. Against universalism. There's a philosophical objection to any refusal of universalism that will be familiar from other uses. The denunciation of relativism, most typically. It requires only one step. Isn't the denial of the universal itself a universalist claim? It's a piece of malignant dialectics because it demands that we agree. We don't and won't ever agree. Agreement is the worst thing that could happen. Merely assent to its necessity, and global communism, or some close analog, is the implicit conclusion. If there is a universal truth, it belongs only to Non, and Non is a dark, occulted god. Traditional theists will be at least strongly inclined to disagree, and that is excellent. We disagree already, and we have scarcely begun. There is no good life for man, in general. Or if there is, we know nothing of it, or not enough. Even those persuaded that they do, on the contrary, know what such a life should be. Promote its universality, only at the expense of being denied the opportunity to pursue it. If we need to agree on the broad contours of such a model for human existence, then reaching agreement will precede it. And reaching agreement is politics. Some much wider world acquires a veto over the way of life you select, or accept, or inherit. The details need not detain us. We have seen how that works. Global communism is the inevitable destination. The alternative to agreement is schism, secession, geopolitical disintegration, fragmentation, splitting. Disagreement escapes dialectics and separates in space. Anti-universalism, concretely, is not a philosophical position, but an effectively defensible assertion of diversity. From the perspective of the universal, which belongs only to Non and never to man, it is an experiment. The degree to which it believes in itself is of no concern that matters to anything beyond itself. It is not answerable to anything but Gnon. What anyone, anywhere thinks about it counts for nothing. If it fails, it dies, which should mean nothing to you. If you are compelled to care about someone else's experiment, then a schism is missing. Of course, you are free to tell it that you think it 464 will fail, if it is listening. But there is absolutely no need to reach agreement on the question. This is what, in the end, non-communism means. Non-universalism is hygiene. It is practical avoidance of other people's stupid shit. There is no higher principle in political philosophy. Every attempt to install an alternative and impose a universal reverts to dialectics, communization, global evangelism, and totalitarian politics. This is being said here now because NRX is horribly bad at it and degenerates into a clash of universalisms, as into an instinctive equilibrium. There are even those who confidently propose an NRX solution for the world. Nothing could be more absurd. The world, as a whole, is an entropy bin. The most profoundly degraded communism is its only possible, universal consensus. Everyone knows this, when they permit themselves to think. All order is local, which is to say, the negation of the universal. That is merely to restate the second law of thermodynamics, which we generally profess to accept. The only thing that could ever be universally and equally distributed is noise. Kill the universalism in your soul, and you are immediately, objectively, a neo-reactionary. Protect it, and you are an obstacle to the escape of differences. That is communism, whether you recognize it or not. Intelligence and the good. From the perspective of intelligence optimization, intelligence explosion formulated as a guideline. More intelligence is, of course, better than less intelligence. From alternative perspectives, this does not follow. To rhetorically suggest that such other perspectives are consensual and authoritative is guaranteed to be popular and is even conservative. But it is a concession to common moral intuition this blog is profoundly disinclined to make. Naturally, intelligence is problematic. It can cause greater damage to everything, not least intelligence promotion, than stupidity can. Anything that is not an explosion is a trap, and trap engineering finds, nearly, as much use for cognitive sophistication as explosive catalysis does. If there is a level of intelligence that escapes homeostatic capture by machineries of systematic self-cancellation, there is no evidence that Homo sapiens yet approaches it. The cathedral is exactly such a machine, and its appetite for intellectual excellence is not seriously questionable. So an easy opening for morally comforting sophistry readily exists. Intelligence isn't anything obviously great. It does stupidity with exceptional ability, too. Biological evolution already evidences a deep suspicion of unchained abstract cognition, assembling brains only with the greatest reluctance. Societies follow the genetic lead. No coincidence that synthetic intelligence is now firmly established as the ultimate X-risk. It's scary, really, and makes everyone uneasy. That's without there yet having been very much of it. Here's the test. When rightly appalled, and in fact properly disgusted, by your own stupidity, do you reach for that which would make you more accepting of your extreme cognitive limitations, or instead, hunt for that which would break out of the trap? There's a stupid kind of better that is orthogonal to intelligence, and tickles monkey feels. There's also, alternatively, better that is even slightly less of a trapped half-wit. Even the dimmest, most confused struggle in the direction of intelligence optimization is immanently good, self-improving. If it wasn't, we might as well all give up now. Contradistinctively, even the most highly functional human intellect, in the service of an instupidation machine, is a vile thing. Being dim animals, roughly as dim as is consistent with the existence of technological civilization, there's plenty of room for water muddying in all this. The water is certainly being vigorously muddied. The NRX moment. The Trump phenomenon is really something. A crisis of democracy and a shattering of the Overton window very much included. But it is not an intrinsically right-wing thing, and it is radically populist in nature. A reactionary exploitation of demotism is not a neo-reactionary episode. The alt-right is properly credited with capturing the spirit of this development. It is not us. NRX is situated absolutely outside mass politics. Its moment dawns only when the age of the masses is done. It will be done. The emergence of sovereign primary property, liberated from the criterion of democratic legitimation, is its sign. Government, on this basis, is neo-cameral. The deep historical trends supporting it include 1. Apolitical property. No such reality or conception has yet been historically actualized. For as long as property is determined as a social relation, it cannot be. Absolute property is cryptographic. It is held not by social consent, and thus political agreement, but by keys. Finagle is a provocative thought experiment, but PKE private keys are a non-negotiable fact. They define the property relation with a rigor the entire preceding history of philosophy and political economy has been unable to attain. Everything that follows from the cryptographic transition, Bitcoin most notably, contributes to the establishment of a property system beyond democratic accountability, and thus insensitive to voice. Neo-cameral administration implements a cryptographic state, strictly equivalent to a fully commercialized government. 2. Autonomous capital. The definition of the corporation as a legal person lays the foundation within modernity for the abstracted commercial agency soon to be actualized in digital autonomous corporations, or DACS. The scale of the economic transition, thus implied, is difficult to overestimate. Mass consumption, as the basic revenue source for capitalist enterprise, is superseded in principle. The impending convulsion is immense. Self-propelling industrial development becomes its own market, freed from dependency upon arbitrary popular or popularizable consumption desires. Demand management, as the staple of macroeconomic governance, is over. No one is yet remotely ready for this. 3. Robotic security. Definitive relegation of the mass military completes the trifecta. The armed mass as a model for the revolutionary citizenry declines into senselessness, replaced by drones. Asabiya ceases entirely to matter, however much it remains a focus for romantic attachment. Industrialization closes the loop and protects itself. The great game for human agencies, of whatever social scale, becomes one of productive cooperation with formations of sovereign property, with the menace of mass political violence swept off the table. The alt-right is no kind of preparation for this. Its adventure is quite different, which is not to say it is uninteresting, or, in the near term, entirely inconsequential, but it is exhausted by its demotism. It belongs to the age that is dying, not to the one that is being born. Socio-political modernity has been an argument over property distributions, and the alt-right has now demonstrated that the self-conscious left has no monopoly over it. As senescence deepens, the dialectic rips the whole rotten structure to pieces. NRX, when it understands itself, isn't arguing. Modernity in a nutshell. 2 revolutions. 1. Techno-economic self-propelling change obsolesces ever wider swaths of humanity on a steepening curve. Capital, i.e. techno-commercial synthesis, tendentially autonomizes. For humans, there are ever more intriguing opportunities for synergistic attachment, on new terms. But the trend is, to put it very mildly, challenging. 2. Jacobin political violence, modeled on the French Revolution, provides the basis for demands aimed at a redistribution of the capitalist, productive spoils through explicit extortion. All socio-political history in the modern epoch falls into compliance with this pattern. It coincides quite exactly with democracy in its modernist usage. Universal, basic income is its natural telos. To the extent that there has been an equilibrium between these twin processes, it is coming apart. All the Paul economic innovations of recent years, on the left and right, are indicators of this accelerating disintegration. So the options are these. Both 1 and 2 is the status quo delusion. Neither 1 or 2 is reaction, also delusion. 1 against 2 is the neo-modern right. 2 against 1 is the neo-modern left. Those are the only slots available. Fernandez concludes, the technological revolution is going to pose increasingly serious challenges to nearly every Western social democratic society. People are either going to be really angry when they discover there's no patronage, or angrier still, when they discover they have to provide the basic income for everybody else. Only one thing is relatively certain. The solution to these problems won't be found in the ideologies of the early 20th century. X-risk democratization. Yudkowsky redux. Every 18 months, the minimum IQ necessary to destroy the world drops by 1 point. Quibble with the Moore's Law satire schedule, and the point still stands. Massive deterrent capability tends to spread. This is democratic, in the way the term is commonly used by those seeking to latch decentralization tendencies to the ideological credibility of Jacobin legitimation principles. Consumer capitalism, the Internet, and peer-to-peer crypto systems are notionally democratic in this way. They subvert centralized governance and they spread through horizontal contagion. The fact they have nothing at all to do with popular political representation is of concern only to certain rhetorical agendas, and not at all to others. It's sophistical pop capitalist bullshit to use the word democracy in this way. But it's usually not worth the trouble for the left to try to contest it. And the part of the right that isn't excited to be riding this propaganda strategy is usually too indiscriminate to bother disentangling it. There's a rare piece of right-wing, functional PR here, but never enough to matter very much. And it's too essentially dishonest for the outer right to defend. Unlike democracy, cathedral ideology, however, this democratization has deep cybernetic consistency. It falls out of techno-capitalism with such automatic inevitability. It's probably impossible to shut down without closing down the whole thing. Capital escalation produces technological deflation as a basic metabolic byproduct, so the democratization of productive capability is ineluctable. Computers have migrated from exotic capital goods to trivial components of consumer products within half a century. Study that trend, and you see the whole story. Deterrence deflation is the deep trend. Connect up the Yudkowsky quote with assassination markets to get where this is going. Try to shelve moral squeamishness until after you're seeing the picture. Imagine, hypothetically, that some maniac private agent wants only to nuke Mecca. What's the obstruction? We can confidently say, straight off, that it's less of a problem with every passing year. The basic historical trend ensures that. Comparatively incompetent Islamic fanatics are the only people seriously testing this trend right now. But that isn't going to last forever. Eventually, smarter and more strategically flexible agents are going to take an interest in decentralized mass destruction capability. And they'll provide a far better indication of where the frontier lies. Nukes would do it. They're certainly going to be democratized in the end. There are probably far more remarkable accelerating WMD capabilities, though. In almost every respect, decentralized production capability, development curve, economy, impact. Bioweaponry leaves nukes in the dust. Anyone with $1 billion, a serious grudge, and a high-end sociopathy profile could enter into a global biowarfare threat game within a year. Everything could be put together in secret garages. Negotiations could be conducted in secure anonymity. Carving sovereignty out of the game would require only resources, ruthlessness, brilliance, and nerves. Once you can credibly threaten to kill 100 million people, all kinds of strategic opportunities are open. The fact no one has tried this yet is mostly down to billionaires being fat and happy. It only takes one Dr. Gino to break the pattern. This is the shadow cast over the 21st century. Radically hardcore, massively decentralized deterrence games are simply inevitable. Anyone who thinks the status quo state holds some kind of long-term winning hand under these circumstances isn't seeing anything. Global totalitarian government could stop this, but that isn't going to happen. And because it isn't, this will. Against universalism, too. Preliminary throat clearing, as in Part 1. In its most rigorous construction, universalism is robust under conditions of rational argument, i.e., evidence-based logico-mathematical criticism. Mathematical theorems, in particular, are universal truths. Any assertions that can be constructed to a comparable level of formal rigor, and ultimately mechanization, can lay claim to the same status. However, with the slightest departure from this, rigidly algorithmic criterion, controversy rapidly begins. This is not the place and time to argue the case for transcendental philosophy, within which praxeology is included, but such a case could be made. Ditto strictly proceduralized, empirical science. All of this is a digression. The question of universalism as it concerns us here is not a matter of metamathematics, epistemology, or the philosophy of science. It is rather directed at the political scope of argument. Is it mandatory to demand that argument, according to the highest principles of logical cognitive compulsion, be imposed globally? Does the quality of argument, however exalted, require its unrestricted application across space and time? It is the affirmative response to this question that defines universalism in its ideological sense. Pure Jacobinism, of course, answers yes. There is a universal duty to compel submission to the truth. This is the secular form of evangelical salvationism. The contrary suggestion, here defended, is that under real global conditions, universalism is a catastrophic mistake. The social scope of rational discussion is itself strictly bounded, and attempts to extend it coercively beyond such limits are politically disastrous. Laissez-faire envelops the sphere of imperative rationality and respects its practical contour. Stupidity does not need to be hunted down and exterminated. All historical evidence indicates that it cannot be. If the universal triumph of reason is an impractical goal, democratic globalism is exposed as a preposterous error. Minimizing the voice of stupidity is the realistic and already extremely challenging alternative. Rare enclaves of rigorously self-critical realism have as their primary obligation the self-protection of their evidently precarious particularity. In the wider world, fanatical ignorance and grotesque cognitive malformation rage rampantly. Borders, filters, tests, and selection mechanisms of all kinds provide the only defenses against it. The universalist, Jacobin model is always a conversation. You have to join together first, simply to talk, and after that reason will prevail. That's the path of the zeitgeist. Hegelianism at its most arcane, expedient progressivism, at more common levels of popularity, with its twin-stroke motor of aggressive proselytization and mass embrace. Invade the world, invite the world, is the Saylor formula, quasi-random link. Amalgamate, then elevate, in the direction of ascending rationality. This isn't a theoretically unconvincing claim about the unique structure of mathematical proof. It's a factually trashed claim about the global uniformity of human brains. The universality it invokes is that of convergence upon the authority of reason. In other words, it's a bizarre progressive myth that all self-protective sanity seeks to maximally distance itself from. People learn, but only very rarely through sophisticated argument, or its cunning socio-political avatars. They learn because they fail badly, and it hurts. Mankind is a progressive myth, incapable of learning anything. When real cultures learn, it is because they have been locked in intimate particularity, such that the consequences of their own cognitive processes impact intensely upon them. Anything that separates an individual or a group from the results of its own thoughts is an apparatus of anti-learning. Progressive universalism is precisely this. Disamalgamation, isolation, is the way to learn. It's how speciation happens, long before learning becomes neurological. Individuation, at whatever scale, establishes the foundation for trade, communication, and intellectual exchange. Microstates commercialize. Macrostates decay into political resource allocation and entropic sludge. Protect your own patch, if you want to have anything to talk about. Independence. The philosophical antonym to universality is particularity. Its broader ideological antonym is something closer to independence. This isn't a word greatly emphasized by NRX up to this point, or, for that matter, one figuring prominently in contemporary discussions of any kind. That's strange, because it orchestrates an extraordinary set of conceptual connections. Independence is a rough synonym for sovereignty, to begin with. The profound association between these terms bears quite extreme analytical pressure. The sovereign is that instance capable of independent decision. An independent state is indistinguishable from a sovereign one, and to impugn its real sovereignty is to question its effective independence. Secession is a process of independence. A. Moldbugian. Patchwork is a network of independent geopolitical entities. All relevant trends to geopolitical fragmentation are independence-oriented. Each executed exit option, even on a shopping expedition, is an implicit declaration of independence, at least in miniature. The relations between independence and connectivity are subtle and complex. Remaining, for a moment, in the narrowest NRX channel, the entire pacifism discussion is independence-related. Protest, activism, is disdained on account of its fundamental dependency upon sympathetic political toleration. No social process genuinely directed towards independence would fall within the scope of this criticism. The Benedict option is one obvious example. Build something epitomizes independence process. Cannot the entire range of contentions over the individualism-collectivism dyad be recast in terms of independence? Dependency exists on a spectrum, but the defining attitude towards it tends to polarization. Is dependence to be embraced or configured as a problem to be worked against? This blog is highly tempted to project the left-right, or principal political dimension, along the axis these distinct responses define. The left is enthused by interdependency, and, to a greater or lesser extent, accepts comparative independence, while for the right, this attitudinal system is exactly reversed. The most fundamental tensions within the reactosphere are clearly related to this articulation. One inevitable point of contention, honed over decades of objection to libertarianism, is captured by the question, are not children essentially dependents? Yes, of course they are. But is growing up anything other than a process of independence? From one perspective, a family can be interpreted as a model of interdependence, without obvious inaccuracy. Yet from another, a family is an independence production unit, both in its comparative autonomy, in respect to the wider society, and as a child-rearing matrix. Families are loci of independent struggle, to which the left response is, they shouldn't have to be. Dependency culture is the left heartland. Independence and autonomy are very closely related terms. All discussions of autonomy, and even of automation, click quite neatly onto this template. But this is a point exceeding the ambitions of the present post. Abstraction, too, is a topic that tantalizingly overlaps independence. Whether cognitive independence entirely accommodates intelligence, optimization is also a question for another occasion. NRX, XS, tentatively proposes, is a political philosophy oriented to the promotion of independence. Much pushback is naturally expected. War is God. Colonels Chao Liang and Wang Shangsui argued that war was no longer about using armed forces to compel the enemy to submit to one's will, in the classic Clausewitzian sense. Rather, they asserted that war had evolved to using all means, including armed force or non-armed force, military and non-military, and lethal and non-lethal means to compel the enemy to accept one's interests. The barrier between soldiers and civilians would fundamentally be erased, because the battle would be everywhere. The number of new battlefields would be virtually infinite, and could include environmental warfare, financial warfare, trade warfare, cultural warfare, and legal warfare, to name just a few. They wrote of assassinating financial speculators to safeguard a nation's financial security, setting up slush funds to influence opponents' legislatures and governments, and buying controlling shares of stocks to convert an adversary's major television and newspapers outlets into tools of media warfare. According to the editor's note, Chow argued in a subsequent interview that the first rule of unrestricted warfare is that there are no rules, with nothing forbidden. That vision clearly transcends any traditional notions of war. How traditional are we talking? War is the father of all things, and of all things king. Alpha, Delta. Heraclitus asserts at the dawn of philosophy. There seems little indication of restriction there. Whatever the positive semantic associations accumulated by the word war, its most rigorous meaning is negative. War is conflict without significant constraint. As a game, it corresponds to the condition of unbounded defection, or trustlessness without limit. This is the Hobbesian understanding implicit in the phrase, war of all against all, bellum omnium contra omnes, in which the state of nature is conceived, again negatively, through a notional subtraction of limitation. Treachery, in its game-theoretic sense, is not a minor theme within war, but a horizon to which war tends the annihilation of all agreement. Reciprocally excited, mutual betrayal, in departure from an implicit common humanity, is its teleological essence. This is a conclusion explicitly rejected by Karl von Clausewitz, is his treatise on war, even as he acknowledges the cybernetic inclination to amplification, or tendency to a limit, which drives it in the direction of an absolute. War is the continuation of politics by other means, he insists, because it is framed by negotiation, bookended by a declaration of war and a peace treaty. According to this conception, it is an interlude of disagreement, which nevertheless remains irreducibly communicative and fundamentally structured by the decisions of sovereign political agencies. Even as it approaches its pole of ultimate extremity, it never escapes its teleological dependency as a means or instrument of rational statecraft. The reduction of war to instrumentality is not immune to criticism. Philosophical radicalization alone suffices to release war from its determination as the game of princes. The Clausewitzian formula is notoriously inverted by Michel Foucault into the maxim, politics is war by other means. If political sovereignty is ultimately conditioned by the capability to prevail upon the battlefield, the norms of war can have no higher tribunal than military accomplishment. No real authority can transcend survival, or survive a sufficiently radical defeat. There is thus a final incoherence to any convinced appeal to the laws of war. The realistic conception of limited war subsumes that of war lawfully pursued, with the latter categorized as an elective limitation. Chow's words bear emphatic repetition. The first rule of unrestricted warfare is that there are no rules, with nothing forbidden. The power to forbid is, first of all, power, which war alone distributes. Between peace and war, there is no true symmetry. Peace presupposes pacification, and that is a military outcome. There is no authority moral or political, that cannot first assert itself under cosmic conditions that are primordially indifferent to normativity. Whatever cannot defend its existence has its case dumped in the trash. Cormac McCarthy's Judge Holden provides us with a contemporary restatement of the ancient wisdom. Suppose two men at cards with nothing to wager save their lives. Who has not heard such a tale? A turn of the card. The whole universe for such a player has labored clanking to his moment, which will tell if he is to die at that man's hand or that man at his. What more certain validation of a man's worth could there be? This enhancement of the game to its ultimate state admits no argument concerning the notion of fate. The selection of one man over another is a preference absolute and irrevocable, and it is a dull man indeed who could reckon so profound a decision without agency or significance either one. In such games as have for their stake the annihilation of the defeated, the decisions are quite clear. This man holding this particular arrangement of cards in his hand is thereby removed from existence. This is the nature of war, whose stake is at once the game and the authority and the justification. Seen so, war is the truest form of divination. It is the testing of one's will and the will of another within that larger will, which, because it binds them, is therefore forced to select. War is the ultimate game, because war is at last a forcing of the unity of existence. War is God. War is the truest form of divination, it turns out, is the revelation of the aeon. Quernomics. Paul A. David provides the theoretical backstory. In his essay, Clio and the Economics of QWERTY, a path-dependent sequence of economic changes is one of which important influences upon the eventual outcome can be exerted by temporally remote events, including happenings dominated by chance elements rather than systematic forces. Stochastic processes like that do not converge automatically to a fixed-point distribution of outcomes and are called non-ergodic. In such circumstances, historical accidents can neither be ignored nor neatly quarantined for the purpose of economic analysis. The dynamic process itself takes on an essentially historical character. Touch typing gave rise to three features of the evolving production system, which were crucially important in causing QWERTY to become locked in as the dominant keyboard arrangement. These features were technical interrelatedness, economies of scale, and quasi-irreversibility of investment. They constitute the basic ingredients of what might be called QWERTY-nomics. The format of the QWERTY keyboard illustrates the production of a destiny, even in the epoch succeeding the mechanical typewriter, and its specific design imperatives. The legacy layout of alphanumeric keys, settled during the 1890s, has remained frozen into place without significant revision. In the language of complex systems analysis, this is a special example of path dependency, or irreducible historicity, characterized by irreversibility. QWERTY persists, arguably, as a suboptimal keyboard solution due to identifiable ratchet effects. Based upon this privileged model, the historical, technological, and economic process of lock-in through positive feedback is called QWERTY-nomics, and, going forward, simply quernomics. There are a series of, now largely dormant, socio-political and policy controversies attending this model. For a counterpoint to David's analysis, see the excellent Leibowitz and Margolis essay, The Fable of the Keys, 1990, with comparatively tolerable, if philosophically superficial, gloating from The Economist here. The really crucial content of the complex systems analysis, however, remains unaffected by the vicissitudes of the controversy. QWERTY is a demonstrated, artificial destiny, and thus a key to the nature of modernistic time. The philosophically serious critique of David's construction dissolves the idea of any transcendent criterion for global optimality. I'm not going to attempt to run that here yet. QWERTY is, beyond all plausible question, the supreme candidate for an articulate capitalist revelation. We haven't begun to explore it with appropriate ardor up to this point.